현실의 눈동자. 칭령.
Hello. Hello, Jin. Hello, Wanted. Oh, one moment. I think my stream might actually be delayed. Possibly? But how are you both today? Also, I still need to make the uwu command from last stream. Or the uwu redemption, I should say. You're just about to go to class? Well, I hope class is very exciting for you, or at the very least, it isn't too much of a drag for you. Considering it's evening where I am, I do know there are late late classes here, but time zones, I always forget. But today, I plan on just kind of, again, having a mostly comfy stream. It'll be for a few hours, but I wanted to discuss a few theories that have really been on my mind. And I feel like there are also quite a few theories others may have that I think would be fun to talk about.
두려워하지 마세요. 손에 손잡고.
I've been doing the Hypo Stacy's event on my second account, and it's fun. Not as intensive as the first one, but it's a fun challenge. Oh, that's really good. I haven't even touched it yet. Admittedly, I've just been... like, this week, I'll probably just be doing, like, leyline related things in order to get more books and things of that nature, since I used the remaining ones I had to level Shinobu to 90, so I have to stock up again, because I absolutely am going to need it.
우리 집에 놀러 와. 네. 별이여, 감기 마소서.
칭령. 윤령. 주술.
Also, welcome, Pesheries.
뇌관이.
I don't think I needed to use her burst here. That's fine then. Good evening, Draco. How are you doing? I'm very interested in Farazan and the fact that she's 100 years old. Well, she was, for lack of a better term, displaced in time in such a way, considering Nahida states that she's been subjected to the remnants of King Deshret's power, and therefore I feel one of the...
파루전의 몸은 저광의 유적에 있는 잔재의 힘의 영향을 받아 시간이라는 거북이의 등에서 떨어지고 영원히 잊혀졌지. 관심이 있다면 그녀를 통해 과거 수메르의 일각을 엿볼 수 있을 거야.
So yeah, she more or less... I remember reading this voice line the first time. So through some means of Farazan exploring, perhaps, and teaching the scholars within her school, that she became exposed and therefore perhaps just was involved with, you know, the like ancient civilizations perhaps of Sumeru's desert, considering Farazan wrote a very detailed textbook that the Darshan uses that's over a century old. I can't wait to see more of Farazan too. I hope we get to see her next patch. Oh, that'd be really cool if we could. I wouldn't see why not though, considering she is being released alongside Wanderer. So we will absolutely be getting some information of her there. I do think it's going to be really fun reading about her experiences. Wander is going to be the most important character so far when it comes about lore. I wouldn't say the most important in the grand scheme of things. I think if we're talking about in just like next patch, I do appreciate how, you know, like friends have stated like, oh yeah, it's kind of like the filler arc, and not filler as in it's not important, but filler as in a lot of people are excited for him and his history. But I'm mainly excited because, one, I really like Dottore as an antagonist, and I get perhaps some Piero crumbs because I love my Conrian. Also, hello, Katie. How are you doing this evening? I simply want Farazan because of her JPVA. I hope you're able to get her. Seeing as how Layla has been a scare for quite a few people, I am praying that she's kind to me, because I have to double check if she's right up on both banners or just the rerun, but I think it's both. Again, I need to double check. But feasting on Piero crumbs? Oh, absolutely. We feast on all crumbs when it comes about Conria here. So that's why I was really excited when Dottore was like, Jester, I've completed the task you've assigned me. And I was like, ooh, so true. I get to hear Piero, the Jester, Piero Genshin Impact. Absolutely. So I'm very excited there. Hello. They talked about Farazan lore a bit in the 3.3 live stream. So I have to rewatch the live stream again, just because when I watched it... Oh, I didn't mean to come here. This was the entire wrong place to go. I was awake for so long by that point, and I fell asleep like halfway during it. So I need to rewatch it so I can get a bit more about Farazan. But I really like her design in the sense of I am obsessed with how, even when you like look at her design, you see that she has like the King Deshret's Guardians pieces on her. Like we see that there are they're her bracelets, and then there are various areas of her design, which makes sense. Pierowo, I still need to implement that uwu command. I was so exhausted after all of that uwu talk. I was like, I will tend to this another time. Also, welcome, Isteroth. I hope you're having a good day so far. Or if you're winding down, you're having a peaceful decompression. But I love Dottore. He is becoming, I don't know. He's not funny, but he is funny. I can't explain it. but I really feel like he's one of those villains who I'm just gonna love more because of the sheer... I don't know. He's just an interesting one to me. Yesterday you were leveling up Chi-Chi and realized the scroll materials talk about mad scholars and forbidden knowledge, why I hadn't noticed before. So yes, in the past... Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I did take screenshots of all of these because I was like, you will not catch me not seeing this. So yeah. But back when I was farming for Albedo, I had noticed the scroll description. A scroll inscribed with ancient images. It is said that few can decipher its meaning, and the few scholars that have all went mad. I thought that was really, really interesting considering at the time, I'm like, oh, of course, the really important homunculus made by the Gold is able to not transcribe, but like understand forbidden curse scrolls. And the fact that the Traveler just has these and many other things in their bag is really interesting. Also, hello, Genesis. How have you been? I'm actually doing pretty okay. I just really wanted like a comfy stream, and I've really been in like a Conria mood. So, but I really am excited for 3.3. I know there is so much hype about Wanderer right now. So I am praying that those who are saving for him are, you know, I suppose I hope they will be okay, because when I think of really hyped characters, there's always this huge like guffaw about them. So I'm praying everyone, you know, is lucky or is able to get him. I think it's going to be really cool reading his character stories, considering we, especially like Star Nation and those very invested in his character, know his history like the snap of their fingers. So I really think it's going to be hilarious with his teapot lines, just his average voice lines, because we already see just how much of a, I guess, brat is really the only term to really describe him. But I think it was really cool, because I remember about a year ago, I was like, I don't think Scaramouche will be playable. And I'm so happy that I can technically say I am correct, because Scaramouche is not playable. Wanderer will be playable. Also, welcome, Purple. How are you doing? Ooh, Lovien. Welcome. Made it to live finally? Oh, welcome, welcome. So, I hope you're both having a really good day. Also, I am very happy because I will finally get the treasure compass. My time has come. My time has come to run around and just collect chests. Invulnerable to cryo damage. I see. I want Faruzan, but not Wander or Ito. My Ito is C1 from his second rerun. Oh, wow. Thankfully, I will only be pulling on Ito's banner at any point in the future if there is a new 4-star. But considering how Faruzan is going to be, well, like, on both banners, as far as I'm concerned, I'm just going to be pulling on Wanderers. I saw his gameplay. He looks incredible. He looks very fun to play. I just think it's funny because one of my really good friends is like, oh yes, of course he can fly around everywhere. Of course. So he can feel above everyone. I think this one, yeah, they're down here. I really hope Webtoon Dottore pops out of nowhere and it's like, look, I didn't die. Well, that's actually topic of Dottore killing all of his. I forgot that they are immune to cryo. It's fine enough. I messed up my rotation too. It's fine. Through
주술,
the power of
칭령,
Yae Miko,
윤력.
anything is possible. Yep. I've gotten jump scared by Ito at low pity on both of his banners. Oh, that's horrifying. Oh, also during the live stream, that little, like, the spooky festival that's happening in Inazuma, I was actually jump scared. I was not paying attention and I was half asleep. So when he, like, appeared, I was like, what in the world? So I was also spooked by Ito. But in your regard, seeing a 5-star so early when you're not expecting it, I feel is either a very rewarding feeling or it's such an anxiety-inducing feeling. This bounty is affected by the ley lines, immune to pyro damage. Virgin and hyper. I see. I got C1 Layla. I wanted, and I've been leveling her with Harbinger of Dawn based on chat recommendations, and I'm having so much fun. Thank you, whoever recommended Harbinger of Dawn. Yeah, I'm happy you're having a lot of fun. Soon. Soon, TM. Maybe like another month or so. Unless yeah, even then, it'll be kind of difficult. But I now have it. Thank goodness. I can find treasure. I don't know which banner I'm gonna pull on. Well, do you want Ito constellations purple? Because for me, if I'm lucky and I get Wander, that'll be it for me. I'm sure his constellations are going to be absolutely amazing. Oh, well, there you go then. If you want to prioritize getting Ito constellations over Wanderer, then you can just do that. I don't, like, I have Ito, but I don't use him, so I'll be skipping him. But I do think it's kind of funny because he's going to be like Animo and he's presented as like a very selfish DPS, which makes sense. So I'm kind of interested in seeing who I want to put on the same team with him. Probably have just Venti as the archer for like the energy battery, but this is going to be really funny. I do want to have a team of like Raiden and Wanderer just because, but I don't mind him, but I don't have the time to build him. I feel guilty for not using a C1 5-star unit. Understandable.
이것이 바로 지혜의 전당이.
칭령,
별이여 강림하소서.
I always forget to use her shield for...
춤추자.
윤력, 주술,
Amazing gameplay. Ito constellations are high value. I'm sure they are. I remember seeing damage cases of C6 Ito, and he is very strong and fitting for the one and Oni, but I will live vicariously through others since Ito isn't like a must for me. Especially considering, like, I do feel that having constellations of characters you don't even use. Invulnerable to... Field research is both exhausting and dangerous. My professor is pathologically obsessed with the rigor of my thesis. The number of professors like him in Vahumana can be counted on the fingers of one hand. But what a remedy. I had to gather up the courage and go investigate. Last week, for example, I came across a dangerous one-eyed machine on the east of the Caravan Rabat. Other students warned me that the machine had the most acute perception and that it is practically impossible to evade, so I abandoned the investigation and in a note I wrote, "The field investigation has been obstructed by the interference of a monster." I didn't think my professor would make me risk my life for such a small part of my thesis. That's so unfortunate. my professor asked me to do this, I would have kindly done something else. So let's see. I think this one had like dendro resistant. I say as if I can't just reread what I just did. Let's see. Like, I want Wanderer because the flying around thing, but at the same time, I have so many ammo DPS that I'm probably not going to use him. See, that's the thing too. Like, it's getting to the point where it's like, it'd be nice, you know, because it's like, ooh, you get to just float around and be silly with him. But if you're not really going to use him too much, then why not just save the Primo Gems for constellations? So in that case,
별이 가호. 두려워하지
yeah,
마세요.
yeah, it's kind of a
전부 다
difficult one.
보이라고. 지식을 너와 공유.
측량,
But-
윤력,
You know yourself best.
진실의 눈동자.
Also, welcome, Brotato.
별이여 강림하소서. 차가운 별.
I want to go for Scar's weapon, but I'm afraid Ita will follow the trend and jump scare me with his weapon. So I absolutely will not be using the weapon for Wanderer. I will say though, I do like that it's called Tuletula's like Remembrance, which is one of the ancient city-states. So I'm actually curious as to its relation to one of the City of Seven Pillars, which is what that references. I do think that the description of that's going to be so lovely. But me getting sidetracked, I'm not going to be pulling for his weapon.
Yeah?
If I randomly got lucky, perhaps, but I want to avoid the weapon banner at all costs if I can. Sorry, Matcha. Welcome. Hello. Oh, wait. Your 4-star characters rank up. Okay, so they're both on the same banner. I was very slow to respond to that. My apologies, Wanted. Are VV set and Green Bow from BP related to Sumeru? So yes, they actually are. The Viridescent or Viridescent, depending on how you wish to pronounce it, and the bow itself. Let me go to the archive. So you just pull everything here. So in terms of equipment, this set tells of the Huntress Viridescent and her experiences as she grew up in the woods and was taught by the Lord of the Forest, but also describes Rukkhadevata's death and how the wave, like the black tide, quote unquote, which is well, the abyss, rift wolves, etc., during the cataclysm falling. And within the descriptions, you read how the Huntress herself initially fought for the way of the forest, and it was a selfless act, which she became more and more, unfortunately, corrupted. You also, within that artifact set, as well as, where did it go? Oh my goodness. I think I probably passed it. But also in the BP weapon, that used to be her bow. She had two bows. She had the BP bow, the Viridescent Hunt, this one here. Never forget, good Viridescent, never forget that you belong to the green child of the forest. Never lose your arrow for war, for revenge, or for glory, for the bloodstain shall never find yonder hunting fields of endless Viridescence. Unfortunately, she would do exactly as this warned. You also learn about the prince and related parties of the ancient vassal states within the not this, but in the Viridescent artifact set and in the Hunter's Path. This was a bow that she also used, but it was the last bow she had. She abandoned it because she became so corrupted. Previously used it just for hunting, but she ended up using it to kill all of the enemies that she crossed paths with. I was going to make a thread about it. It's actually really interesting. And I could read it, but I feel like I would bore people. Hello. Also, hello, Jupiter. I hope you're doing well today. Hello. Theories-wise, I've been wondering, do you have any insights on a guess for what the Temple of Silence is? Because all we know is Sino is affiliated with it rather than the mantra, which I find odd. So the Temple of Silence, I think it, just like many other organizations in this game, are purposely left vague until it's necessary at a future point. I feel like I feel the Temple of excuse me, I almost said Wens. Oh my goodness, the Uwu talk is returning. I think it's because we have so little information on it, I can't say too much, but I do think that it's a organization that's has top secret information. I don't want to say like how the widely theorized and like media craze like Illuminati with like holding secrets and stuff like that. I think it's like a separate authority that's above the mantra, but it functions in a way like the secret society in Mondstadt does, that Cruzlid Lawrence has, that they created, that was behind the acting grandmaster's back, which presumably Diluc could be a part of, in the sense that they handle things that only a very, very select few would. So I think it's just one of those organizations, personally. Did the VV set description change after the Archon quest? Yes, I believe it did. AO what? Wait, what is AO? What are we AO wedding? Hydrate? This isn't a threat, but rather a request. I mean, one, I did hydrate, and as someone who is obsessed with a certain battle keeper, I have to be super hydrated. Ayo, what? Secret organization in Mondstadt. Oh, okay. So in Mondstadt, there is a secret society that was created by Cruzlid Lawrence. A lot of people meme about it, but it's actually one of my favorite design weapons. It's from the bell, actually. So the bell, this, as well as quite a few other Mondstadt related weapons, was created by Cruzlid after he cut his ties with the aristocracy. And he quite literally made this weapon so that he could count, and those who were unjust could hear the amount of time they had left before they would die. But it also served as like a sense for like combat rhythm, like here. After Wanderer's troop disbanded, the greatsword was soaked in acid. The gears have rusted because of this. Even so, it still makes a lethal weapon. One, by the name of Cruzlid, traveled with the Wanderer's troop, once a member of the ruling Lawrence clan, now a traitor and outcast. In that time, scholars and bards paid no heed to history, for the aristocracy preferred to remain willfully ignorant of their own moral degeneracy and face history's judgment. But the aristocrats trembled in fear at the sound of this blade as it flew through the air, for it was the toll of the Bell of Judgment. Sino says hello. But as you read this, it's the last passage. In the past, a popular rumor was that Cruzlid's secret society was working constantly in the background, helping the Knights of Favonius keep Mondstadt safe through deeds that no knight should ever be party to. It was even said that the wolf pup Rostam ran this organization in secret, behind the Grandmaster's back. I personally believe there are more members to it, and I do think that the secret society saved Diluc when he was almost killed by the Fatui. And speaking of Diluc, welcome noctynue. I knew that would get you to appear. Oh, I missed the Diluc mention. I love every stream I have, we talk about Diluc. Because look at him. Is it his character story 3? I always forget exactly which character story. Gosh, every time I read this, I get like PTSD. Because remember when people were spreading misinformation that Diluc fought all of the 11 Harbingers and won? And I was like, oh, sweetie, that never happened. And I love Diluc, but there's no way. But yeah, it's his character's story 4. After his close encounter with death, Diluc took a long, hard look at his past and the anger he had harbored for so long. Acknowledging his shortcomings, he decided to join the Underground Intelligence Network. Said Underground Intelligence Network that saved him, the Observer, had been watching Diluc. So, also welcome you. Oh, Lord Talk, hi. Hello. Really just appeared because Diluc slandered and left again. It's okay. I can see him winning against 11 Fatui Harbingers. No, 11 Fatui members, but not Harbingers. I think if, like, Diluc could possibly have a very intense fight with Tartaglia, but even then, I think Tartaglia, like, it would be a very difficult situation. At that same time, I don't think we have, like, but we haven't really seen Diluc go completely all out. We've seen him fight Fatui mages, which are kind of, like, cool, I guess, and some members when we had his prologue story, but I do think that it's, you know, if you were to go man-to-man against like an actual Harbinger, unless we actually see what he can do, I would hesitate to say that he would easily defeat them. Diluc would win against the visionless Pantalone. I don't know, I feel like Pantalone would use like underhanded methods to try and get people to like, but that's just me. Also, Alchemizel. Diluc and Yelan would be a great team, I believe. I was actually talking about this the other day with noctynue. I genuinely would love to see a Diluc Yelan like noir AR kind of thing. I think they would do fantastic. But we also, yeah, exactly, Alchemist, I agree. Like, we don't know how strong he is with a delusion as well. We've seen him with his vision, we've seen him with his delusion. We haven't seen him with the vision and delusion. I also think that Diluc and Tartaglia should fight just for my own, because I just want them to fight. But also because Diluc, like, he can hold his own easily. But it's like, if you try to put Diluc next to Piero, absolutely not, he will die. Diluc solo speed. I think that's so funny. I actually said that right before I read that comment. Like, until Diluc gets some gains, like, I love him, but I would never want that. I would be so mortified. None of the Harbingers got to where they are if they weren't extremely capable people. By whatever means, they would come out on top. Oh, absolutely. Especially how the top 3 are canonically as powerful as gods. It's not just anyone that they can go against, you know? Or who can go against them, I should say. Am I wrong to assume a delusion is different element compared to their vision? So delusions, thus far, we have seen that delusions are of different element, but there's nothing to say that they can't be of the same element. I mean, it doesn't say he won. This is true. And honestly, I feel like Diluc would be so hesitant to use a delusion again. Like, considering the implications that happened with him in his past, but who knows, maybe he would use it to obtain more power, to surpass and go beyond, etc. But I honestly think Diluc would just be, you know, exude his main character energy and then do that. But yes, Mondstadt has a secret organization. I think every nation has their own secret organization who could perhaps be a conglomerate of a single organization of secrets kind of thing. Mondstadt has the secret organization. Liyue's, I think, I wouldn't say secret, quote unquote, but like I would lean more towards like Yelan, but she works underneath Ningguang, so it's kind of like that's not too secret, but you know. And Inazuma and has like, I'm not gonna call the Shumatsuban a secret organization, but there are ones that are not widely known. Like, if you could have two elements to cause reactions with yourself, why would you? Well, that's the thing. I think it's also, I feel on the topic of delusions, it's a bit difficult because you have delusions that are given to people just willy-nilly, but then you have certain characters like La Senora who has a delusion. She had her delusion to help her stabilize. So it's kind of like, you know. All I can think of for Diluc is Black Flame or Dark Flame. I can't remember what the proper term, like Blackfire? I mean, when I think of Blackfire, I think of like Teen Titans. Okay. Oh, marvelous merchandise. Oh my gosh, Levin? The Levin? Give me my lore, sir. Well, because I remember talking to people about how I would love a character to have blue fire. And a lot of people said Dainsleif, and I'm like, you're not wrong, because he does have like black blue flame kind of thing. But I just mean a straight up pyro user that we know that doesn't have like extra TM things attached to them, and it's just like they have blue fire. Because we absolutely will have a character like that. Hi, Marjorie. Hello there, friend. It's been a while, hasn't it? Well, I'd say I found the excuse me? Well, I'd say that I found the proverbial light at the end of the tunnel at last. After returning from Sumeru previously, I did a quick cargo run to Inazuma. That's quite the sentence. Since things weren't looking so hot in Sumeru, I decided to try my luck in Fontaine instead. Oh? I was just going to observe the market a little, you know, and if I made my capital back, well, you wouldn't see me complaining. Well, of course, because you can't be a capitalist without capital. I mean, you can, but it's kind of pathetic. I never could have prepared for how much the locals loved Inazuman goods. The goods I had on me and couldn't sell in other countries, such as the Miss Hina merchandise, actually sold out. Oh my goodness. So Miss Hina got to show her quality, eh? Well, that's wonderful. Well, I'm not a degenerate, so I'm not gonna click that. The people of Fontaine love messing about with mechanical devices, and relatively few, by contrast, spend time developing such trinkets as these. I suppose that's the scarcity principle for you. Well, if it didn't look like dark clouds were gathering there, too. I've made a few more trips for sure. I love how every time Liban goes anywhere, there is evil afoot. Well, things just feel oppressive and dangerous. You know, like a storm's about to break out? You mean like something similar to how you said with Sumeru? Oh my goodness. Can we just go to a nation that's actually just so stable and fine? Like, can you imagine the travelers going to a nation? There's nothing to do there. And then the Archon's like, I kind of want my Gnosis, but like I talked to the Tsaritsa and I gave it to her anyway. The locals were pretty antsy. That judgment was soon to come or something like that. I'm sorry? I'm so sorry. Also, hello, Astral. Since we only have 7 regions, I assume we have to start seeing multiple harbingers per region, right? Oh, yes. Like I would be surprised if like Pantalone is not in Fontaine, given incredibly wealthy country, etc., etc. I suggest you refrain from going there lest you get yourself into trouble. Oh my gosh, the court arc will begin in like 8 months. Just wait. I'm honestly really here for like the French Revolution references that they absolutely are going to be everywhere in Fontaine. So that's going to be very, very fun. Then our arrangement shall be the same as always. What do you have today? I will wait. Perhaps I'll go to someone else's world. That's really interesting. Judgment will come. See, I literally said, and it's obviously not too far-fetched, I think they will absolutely reference like French Revolution stuff. I'm so sorry. I will not be surprised if we go to Fontaine and through the art conquest, someone gets decapitated or beheaded. I'm just saying that right now. If I'm being completely honest. If folklore doesn't say something like, let them eat sweet madames, we riot. I can't wait to hear someone be like, let them eat cake, you know? So I'm actually more and more curious as to how the Traveler Art Conquest is going to be. Because we have the Traveler Art Conquest at least once per region. Yeah, one in Mondstadt, one in Liyue. So I would assume the next one would be in Inazuma, unless they decide to put both regions in one art conquest, but that'd be very, very lengthy, unless it's like we're actually just teleporting all over the place. Let's see. Doing homework, so can't be too good. Hope you have a wonderful day. If only essays could finish themselves. Speaking of essays, he is almost friendship level 6. I have, she's 90 for me, and I keep swapping. I'll probably put Mill and Blizzard back on her, because I like the damage there. But I'm so curious. It is really fun though, on the topic of secret societies in teyvat, how many of them could relate to one another, or if they're just all completely independent and are not aware of each other's existence. How is she already friendship level 5? I'm stuck at 4. I just do commissions with her, and she's also my teapot. Personally. Maybe the interlude chapter that is centered on Inazuma will be Wanderers and not the Travelers. He is one of their favorite sons. I wouldn't be surprised if he is. Seeing as how, like, I'm very curious as to how they're going to do Wanderer and Traveler interaction. Perhaps, like, especially about Wanderer going about in the world, finding his purpose, perhaps. Because you know, it may not happen anytime soon, but like the, not even reconciliation arc, but the eventual confrontation arc of like Wanderer and Raiden A. So I definitely do think there would be something there.
This was ordained by fate.
Lilac Sprout, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you've been enjoying yourself. But yeah, because the more and more that I think about all of the different possibilities, man. Family therapy art conquest, I would like that. Honestly, I'd be very interested in the dynamics there. Like the tension, the emotion. It's going to be in a similar situation like with Diluc and Kaya. Like they tolerate one another, but there's still that tension that's there. They haven't completely resolved everything, you know. Even though in my mind, they'll resolve when like Diluc is and Kaya are like fighting either one another or together against something, and then Diluc's like holding his dying brother in his arms. You know, Kaya's like, I'm sorry or something, and then Diluc is just in pain. I'm not manifesting it. I just feel like there's just gonna be tragedy again, even though I would like for either of them to be comfy. What would chat rather do? Be sleep deprived, but your work is magically done, or you sleep well, but you badly procrastinate? Both of those seem awful, honestly, because it's like, I would never want to constantly procrastinate. It's very unhealthy, but being sleep deprived, I would rather, because your work does get done. I think they'll save the Wander A arc for later. Like they waited from 1.3 to 2.7 to move Xiao's character forward. Oh, absolutely. It's too soon for their arc TM. But I do think it's going to be an interesting one. I'm already the latter, so I would rather be sleep deprived because I need my work done. Oh, absolutely. Having your work done is incredibly important. Oh my goodness, I did not mute microphone. And I apologize. Also today I got my Venti bear from Enzume, and I want to scream because he is just the cutest little thing. Also, this is just a friendship team, so I should swap to my aggravate spread team. I want to test some things. Wait, I already procrastinate too much. I'd like to get my work done for once, even if it means not sleeping. See, as unhealthy as that is, I also agree. Like, I would rather just get the sleep done. I'd rather get work done, and then when the time comes, I can, you know.
주술, 칭령. 올림플 고리.
I always forget. Full gilded, and in 8 seconds of triggering the reaction, the character will get an elemental type, or based on the elemental type. Yep. Yeah, I need to level up her artifacts. Oh, that was it? Goodness. I thought it'd bring more. Someday we would listen to Kiryu scream? I would hope no one hears me scream. Oh wait, no, I need to actually put that. Also, last night, I reached Friendship 10 with Nilu, and I got her friendship name card. It was not what I meant to select. Name card style. The lotus that blooms amidst the pure water is not but a flash of light beneath her toes. It's very pretty. At least finishing work will give me endorphins. I'll take my chances surviving on happy chemicals alone. I feel sorry that Layla is always tired, but also imagine your work just getting done while you're sleeping. That would be a blessing. Yeah, having your work done when you wake up would be like, oh, this is great. But then, you know, the implications are sad.
칭령,
This is not where I'm meant to be.
주술,
Um,
윤령.
oh, that is somehow... Oh. Well, that ley line was finished. But how can you be sure if it's done right if you're asleep? That is true. You can submit like a completed assignment that's just very poorly done, but for the sake of this, I will assume that it's a actually really well thought out and detailed project. I look at Layla's. Oh, I unlocked her character story 5. I didn't even know that. I'm going to listen to her more about Layla 4.
조용. 그녀를 깨우지 말고 좀 더 자게 둬. 그녀가 누구냐고? 당연히 매일 과제 때문에 고민하는 레일라지. 그럼 난 누구냐고? 나도 레일라야.
Oh, that is interesting. So, on the topic of sleeping, procrastination, sleep deprived stuff, Layla has versions of herself in which she has her daytime Layla and weary Layla. So this is I want to say that this is the sleepy Layla. Or daytime Layla, excuse me. Like her sleepwalking self, essentially. So her character story 4. As her first year in the academia came to an end, Layla listed down her strengths and weaknesses, planning to write a personal assessment of for herself. She possessed good observation and estimation skills and was consistently capable of tracking and shifting position of the cosmos via the star charts at twice the speed of her peers. Additionally, she considered her skill in mathematics to be acceptable. When faced with simple questions, she could calculate the answers in a blink of an eye without even needing to do the equations in written form. Before ever entering the halls of the academia, Layla had a chance encounter with her future mentor. Her mentor had complimented her then, stating that she was a child blessed by the stars with a thirst and capacity to seek true knowledge. It was these virtues that gave her the courage and hope to seek education and wisdom in the academia. However, upon stepping foot into the Darshan, she found that her strengths were paltry compared to the peers of a similar age. Only the best of the best could make it into the Darshans, and as such, Layla... They spelled her name wrong here? Layla? Layla couldn't help but feel a bit overshadowed. As for shortcomings, Layla found them to be too many to count. For example, her habit of fixating on problems afflicted her with a great deal of indecisiveness. Moreover, her ability to socialize was also lacking. When involved in discussion, she often struck others as aloof and arrogant due to her reluctance. When involved in discussion, she often struck others as aloof and arrogant due to her reluctance in expressing her views, which led to her having few friends in the Darshan. What diminished her confidence even further was the fact that among the many papers she has submitted, few were actually written by her. Instead, they were byproducts of having, quote-unquote, the stars' blessing. From Layla's perspective, she is an insignificant individual. What she does not know is that her teachers and peers have an entirely different perspective of her. Hey, being mysterious and eccentric comes with being a genius. How does she draw her star charts so fast while we're doing in-field surveys? Are her eyes cameras? Wait, she's done with the stellar orbits as well? I have reviewed her papers and calculations and found the work to be rigorous and thorough. Her logic is ironclad, and some of her ideas are so intricate that I, even as an educator, am surprised. We have a fantastic student on our hands. Some people will always tread forward through life weighed down by their caution. Viewing themselves as lacking, they will nevertheless strive on despite the misgivings they have toward themselves. Perhaps it is also this perpetual dissatisfaction that spurs them onward, allowing them to surpass their fellows without even noticing. I love this. Because one of the reasons why I love Layla so much is just, yes, hashtag relatable meme, like insert here. But the fact that Sumeru as a whole, and I've said this before, has so many themes that are very close to many people playing the game and just in real life, obviously. You know, you have misinformation, disinformation, academic divide, etc. The stresses and academic pressure that students face. And obviously, while this is obviously like a fantasy aspect of, she gets everything done somehow because she has the quote unquote other side of herself that completes everything while her other side sleeps. So it's her Sasha Fierce. Oh, absolutely. Beyonce has blessed Layla. Like Beyonce was the primordial one. She shall now be referred to as Layle. Layle is just, Layle is daydream. It's sleepwalking. God. Layle. I love this. Layle and Layla. I love this. That makes me so happy.
주술, 윤력.
방해하지 마세요. 혹하니요, 제 명을 따르세요.
Oh. Oh. Alea's friendship level 7. So this is so interesting because so we know how Eleazar was effectively removed from existence, and those that are affected no longer have that chronic debilitating illness. But a part of me wishes, even though it's been removed from the world, I still wish, or at least like I would hope that they have some form of follow-up with that. Because when you have a nation that has had an illness for centuries and the people whose lives were completely changed by it, Palais de Niorzard as an example, where so much of their life was completely based around this, how would that afflict other people? Because now that it's gone, you may have had some people who thought they could never work or could never perhaps pursue their passions. And now that it's gone, like, where does that place them? I don't want to necessarily say that the illness was all that who they were, but it was a core, like a good, like, it was a part of them that made them all the more stronger. And so now that it's just been completely removed, I wonder if we'll ever see NPCs that are trying to adjust, because it's kind of treated as like, yay, everything's better because it's just gone. But I also feel that, you know, the amount of research that was like that went into it, or, you know, the people again who were affected by it, like what are they doing now, kind of thing.
Was ordained by fate.
Lazuli, welcome. I hope you're having a good day. Imagine cancer just stopped existing. What would happen to the world? It's like in a situation where like a terrible illness is just removed. Like, it's just like, it's definitely, it's like, yes, you would want that to go away. And it's like, well, what do they do now? It's like, I would hope, you know, there's like physical therapy and things like that happen, because it's like there's pros and cons to how important Irminsul information is now, because this Archon quest has really opened the door to a lot of things, and I'm very curious to see how those related paths will go. Because we have, for instance, an illness like Eleazar that was removed with the remaining power that Rukkhadevata had, which involved her being removed from existence entirely. So when that happened, my immediate thought was, okay, so are they going to do something similar with the Conrian curse? They can, right? Because so much of Conria, like that curse, and how the Hilichurls that were affected in such a way that became the extreme, like the extremist, the Abyss Order, I don't imagine them to ever just have that kind of curse removed. Because Dainsleif even states himself that the curse is beyond that of his own existence. When a god afflicts a curse upon a mortal, the concept of it goes beyond that. So it kind of makes me worried a bit, because I feel like Irminsul can easily just become kind of a, just remove it from Irminsul and then everything is fine TM. But I think they're absolutely, you know, there are pros and cons to that. Also, people forgot Rukkhadatoth ever existed, but people still remember Eliar's thing. See, that's the thing. Like, I also was kind of confused about. It's like, I don't have it anymore. And I think they probably just equate that to, well, it was something that, it's just one of those things that it will quote unquote make sense as things progress. I feel like the curse was related to the curse of Connery was not related to Irminsul, so it might not be something. Yeah, so that's why I was meaning, like, I genuinely hope they don't do something like that with Irminsul, and thankfully I doubt that they will, just because of how integral what has happened to Connery is a good portion of, well, Genshin's story as a whole, and many related characters. I think that, like, for instance, I would never want the curse to leave Dainsleif, as terrible as that may sound. I don't want him to suffer forever, but I feel like that would be kind of like a what moment. But I do think that, just like he said, and just like you said, the curse is something that's not within Irminsul's, like, ability. I mean, it could be a whole retconny thing, but, like, let's not hope that. No, you're fine. Before returning to Sumeru, Collei had wandered for a long time. The decisive difference between wandering and traveling, of course, lies that the former bears no designated destination. Oh, Tempe Sky, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you don't mind. We're just talking about different theories and Genshin stuff. Her wandering started from those charred ruins, or perhaps earlier, when she was afflicted with that disease, and it was long destined to be a never-ending nightmare, extending into nothing but total darkness. Most of the companions with whom she had fled from the ruins either lost their way in the endless waves of sandstorms, or corroded to death by divine remains. Sick and cursed, they had nowhere to stay, thus turning to uninhabited jungles and wildernesses. Mother Nature is both merciful and cruel. She would never reject them because of their illness, nor would she offer whatever they need, even if they cried out for it. As more and more of her companions could walk no further, the lessons they left behind helped the rest become better at surviving in the most desperate situations. And when Collei's last companion could no longer continue, she learned yet another lesson: never to reach out to anyone again. At that time, the two of them had their backs against a cliff, utterly exhausted. Yet they could still hear the beast roaring from not too far off. Perhaps it was because of the narrow passage, if not for other reasons. But her only remaining companion bumped into her, sending her careening off the cliff. Fortunately, Collei managed to grab a tiny twig in her panic before stretching out her other hand and shouting for help. However, that companion merely glanced at her with a complicated look before escaping alone without hesitation. She did not get far, the beast howls outpacing her fleeing steps like a raging wind. The beast's pure predatory instinct caused it to overlook the shivering Collei, who was barely hanging onto the cliff. Collei quietly withdrew her hand and held on tightly to the branch that might break at any moment, until all the sounds above her had died down. The roar of the beast and the screams at her companion had all disappeared. She could not hate that companion. If she were in that person's shoes, she could not guarantee that she would have made a different choice. At that moment, there was only one thought remaining in Collei's mind, be it to offer help or to ask for anyone. Be it to offer help or to ask for it, I will never reach out to anyone again. Also, hello, ooh, theories, yes. feel like that, excuse me. I feel like people that had Eleazar got cured because Rukkhadevata was forgotten. So it kind of makes sense that they forgot her, but remember Eleazar. Understandable. Yeah, mind you, Colette is so young. What she is experiencing also just reminds me so much of like Rosaria's very turbulent youth as well. Being raised in such a hostile environment as an assassin to survive after she was kidnapped and essentially made a slave by bandits. Colette once again touched someone's hand during a certain year's Ludi Harpassum in Mondstadt. The city was elaborately decorated with lights and lanterns. The streets were jam-packed with people. The sky was getting darker, and the stage was in full swing. A girl in flaming red just grabbed her hand, took her out of that cramped wooden box, and squeezed into the crowd. People gathered around, cheering and applauding the contestants who were playing hoops or with slingshots. Colette could not relate to them, no matter how well they could play these most childish games. What use were they in hunting game out in the wild? Also, this is really nice how it ties into the webtoon as well. Colette being a major star in it. Yet the girl with her was extremely passionate about these little games. She would cheer and whoop at every victory and hand out the prizes she won to the children. Colette was even more baffled. If not for the rewards, why would anyone participate in these activities? Was there really any fun in them? So she sneaked to a corner and picked up a slingshot to try her hand at it. In the end, one of the more than 10 shots she fired eventually hit the edge of the target. Yay, I hit it! Colette turned her head excitedly. Hey, did you see? It was only then that she realized that she had been there for quite a long time, and the girl in red had already left. In the days that followed, Colette had been practicing day in and day out. Gradually, she became more than familiar with the sounds of drawing a bowstring and throwing darts. She practiced for a long time until she would seldom miss a shot out of 10. Every time she pulled the bowstring back, Colette remembered the excitement of hitting the target for the first time on that night, and that when the girl grabbed her hand and ran towards the crowd, her palm was as warm as the sun. Very cute way to introduce as to why she now picks up a bow. But yes, Sky, Colette has a very tragic story. Specifically because her parents believed that the Div, Barnabas, could heal her, just like many other parents believed that their children who were afflicted with Eleazar could be cured. Unfortunately for them, they did not know that Barnabas was in relation with the Fatui and also Dottore. So they didn't know that their child was just going to be an experiment for Eleazar. And there are various instances that you saw in the webtoon where you would see Colette's PTSD, such as during the festival, during Ludi Harpassum. There was a scene where she was going to... My memory is blurred just a little bit, but I remember she was taking part, but I say reluctantly. There was a moment where she was in a box and her intense claustrophobia was setting in. Her anxiety was like, she was panicking, and Amber was trying to find her, I believe. And so Colette was naturally incredibly defensive because she kept hearing so many voices around her, and like laughing, and the noises were really stressing her out. And she had a knife, but to her, she didn't know it was a toy knife. So when Amber opened the box, Colette immediately went to stab her. And right after she looked at Amber, she was so mortified, but Amber was fine because it was just like a toy prop. And I love how it was drawn because you see the sheer intensity of Colette's bitterness and resentment towards people because of everything that she had been subjected to. I'm proud of her. Like, obviously, I am very happy that she will be growing from here on, just because of how stressful of an environment she was in. No one can blame them, her or anyone who was subjected to such terrible situations, but she's slowly taking it one day at a time. In my mind, though, I like to headcanon that people are still, even though the illness is gone, there's still, like, you know, some effects to the degree of people learning how to walk again, being able to be in social spaces again, being able to continue on with their life in a way that's much healthier. The rain was pouring. A surge of rock, earth, and debris had blocked Colet's way back. Colet lit a bonfire by the cliff, trying to warm the shivering girl next to her. This river valley would require a full day's journey from the woodlands that were the domain of her usual patrols. If she were here all by herself, it would not be entirely impossible to get back in this rain. But now that she had a child with her, racked by cold and hunger after being lost in the woods for a long time, she had to wait. The girl looked pale, her forehead boiled, and she kept murmuring her mother's name. Colet still remembered the girl's mother, who had been anxiously and desperately seeking help in Gandharvaville. She recalled the look on her face, the look of the one who wished that she was in suffering instead of her daughter. Colet knew that look. Family had been traveling with a caravan across the river valley. As they were camping and resting, her playful daughter had run off, straying into the deep forest. As soon as the caravan noticed that the child was missing, they tried their best searching for her, but it was all in vain. In desperation, the mother had to return to Gandharvaville to look for help. Recently, Tignari had been attending meetings in the city with other forest rangers, and the situation before her was critical. Colet could not wait for any of them to return. Nor could she rely on the search and rescue dogs during such heavy rain, so she immediately grabbed her pack, bow, and arrows before diving into the forest alone. At that moment, the occasional low growl against the sound of thunder and rain told her that the beasts were coming. Colet could not help but recall some disturbing experiences from her past. Old memories came flooding back, the memories she least wanted to face. But the rain would pass, and after receiving the news, Tignari rushed over without taking any breaks. Traces of fighting could be found all the way along the cliff. Several beasts lay fallen in the distance, while Colet and the girl slept peacefully on each other's shoulders. Tignari's heart seized up in his chest. He was well aware that Colet was not capable of doing all of this, unless she had wielded the power that should not be unleashed. And for those who are unaware, there is Archon residue that was sealed inside of her by Sino, which is a topic I really hope they decide to revisit, because that is such a lot to impact. It was like drinking poison to quench thirst, and it would surely aggravate Colet's condition. He must contact the General Mahamatra right away. Inari's footsteps awakened Colet. She hurriedly gestured to ask her master to quiet down as to not wake the girl next to her. Tignari checked upon her worriedly. Colet, did you... Colet shook her head. She raised a hand and released the first that had been clenched all night. Master, I've become stronger. I won't let anyone's efforts go to waste. From now on, I'll protect everyone. It was a vision, silently glowing in her hand. I really love the themes of Colet being essentially a young child who was born with Eleazar, struggled with said illness, and was first in Mondstadt. Like, if you think of her character in regards to a child being very bitter and resentful, scared because of the abuse and trauma she had endured, being positioned in a land of freedom where, while she did she encountered beings such as Kaya and had to protect herself, and not Kaya as like a villain, quote unquote, but the sense that Colet was in the city of freedom, slowly learning to open up, and then venturing to the land of wisdom, being placed in the forest, a forest which is just in general, which is commonly associated with life, freedom, color, and even though there's like withering, which physical manifestations of Eleazar, I just think it's so thematically beautiful that her character is slowly coming full circle, and it's very purposeful where they place her. Also, welcome, Murder Birds. How are you doing? Oh, what's the difference between travel and wander? Yeah, like, when you think of wanderer is like Kazuha. They just go from place to place, drifting about, whereas a traveler has a set designation. I have to go eat dinner. Hope everyone has a good time with the stream. Oh, thank you so much, Astral. I hope you have a very yummy dinner. That's so bittersweet, man. Yeah, I love Kole. Honestly, when I first got into Genshin Impact, I read the webtoon first. Like, I had downloaded it, but I also wanted to just read the manga. And I was quickly invested because I was so attached to Kole as a character. And I really like how they've done so much with her. She baby. And then I saw D-Luke and I was like, oh my god, hey. So it's very, very fun. Also, welcome, Mishoyu. Welcome, welcome. So I really appreciate the themes that they had with her. I also love her design, so. But I just love that. In terms of a character who has gone through so much strife and was unfortunately subject to so much hurt, goes to the land of freedom, has a support system, is helped by the General Mahamatra, and ventured to the land of wisdom, where she learned, unfortunately at a young age, she learned to believe in herself and to protect others, despite everything she has gone through. And she still even has her moments of doubt, and she has her moments of just like any person would. But she's growing, and I love that for her. I think it's great. I love Kole too. I fell in love with her from the manga last year. I even triple crowned her the day she came out. That's awesome. I didn't level her to, I haven't leveled her to 80 yet because I just haven't used her. And I was like, when I use her, I want her to be really good. I don't have a good Deepwood set for her. I'm very particular. Characters that I love, I want them to have like the best of everything. And unfortunately, I don't have that for my Kole.
나중에 스메르에서 스승님을 만났고 지금은 널 만났잖아. 역시 난 행운아야.
Like, I think what makes her a character I just love so much is because I just think of so many actual people, as silly as it sounds to, you know, think of real people when it comes to fictional characters, but like children who go through they go through hell. And it's not surprising if they go down certain paths just because of their environment. But Kole struggled, but she did as well as she could, and obviously fantasy stuff, but I'm just proud of her because she's a good bean, and I think everyone should love her. Still farming Deepwood for my Kole. Yeah, I don't have a good set for her, unfortunately. And I just love that, unfortunately, she couldn't be protected, but I say protected TM, but she is still like in a beautiful forest that is healing, just like how she's healing and protecting other people. I just think that that's so lovely. So I need to actually make the treasure compass. I was looking at my inventory like I actually had it. D-Luke looks so uwu baby for a full-grown man. I appreciate that. I think it's just because like in the manga, he's like, you know, young teenager, adult. So they were like, let's like make him look even more baby. So speaking of, also, hello, Isabel. Speaking of Irminsul, I just remembered Hu Tao's story. She says she was guarding the border between life and death and teyvat equals returning to ley lines and in turn to Irminsul. Is it possible she's hinting at another portal entryway to Irminsul? So I actually think so. I had a discussion with a friend a while ago about Hu Tao. She hasn't been introduced in the story for quite some time. I think that Hu Tao, if they don't just straight up say it, I've personally believed that she and her family had connections to Irminsul, not in a sense of like her connection, like say Dainsley, for instance, but in a sense that they are messengers of sorts. They guard the border, and they, like Hu Tao's character, she wants people to peacefully pass on. She knows of the afterlife, and in her mind, she wants people to have a peaceful journey. So I think from that, I think that she does have a very significant role there, especially because obviously like her dealing with death, her symbol being the butterfly, it just makes me think of the butterflies made of Durin's blood on the frostbearing tree. And I feel like Hu Tao, in a similar motion, like she's a butterfly who's just wanting to peacefully and like be that support for those in the afterlife who are lost on teyvat's borders, because we clearly see things are amiss in this world. And if the ley lines, if Irminsul is not protected, if the roots of Irminsul trees are not guarded, then actual manifestations and corruption can leak from it. And I think it's very important that Hu Tao's character is regarded, and this is one of the main reasons why I think she hasn't been involved in things, because the next thing she will be in will shed more light because of that. So, was Hu Tao saved by Xiao? You might be thinking of Chi-Chi. And I mean, Chi-Chi wasn't saved by Xiao. Actually, let me rephrase that. I think, wait, who are you thinking of in terms of like people saved by Xiao? Calais is a solid user for Windbloom Ode, kind of romantic. Yeah, I think it's really, really cute. Because Xiao has saved like a lot of people, quote unquote, but in terms of like canon, like I would hesitate. So where? I always pass her every single time. Also, look at this. If I change her artifacts around, she would have different health, but alas, she is 32,001. I think we don't have more story details about Hu Tao because most players ignored her serious side. Well, of course. I mean, and I can't necessarily blame people for that because Genshin has a lot of information. And most people tend to just like flanderize characters where it's like you have one trait, oh, she's silly, so that's all there is to her. But a lot of people may not like to read, you know, they might not be interested. They might rather look at an infographic or listen to a stream or watch a video that has the information of the character, which is completely fine and understandable. Because when you look at Hu Tao's story, she has a lot, so reading is hard. It's different, which is why I go to you for lore. Oh goodness, I just scream about Dainsley. I don't oops. I just went through Hu Tao's lore last night. Actually, that's actually so funny. That's so funny. Maybe it is fate. These are the resonant. Oh, I need to go to the blacksmith. That's right. I do think that a reason as to why Hu Tao has just not been in the story for like over a year is because at this point we have more information, and Hu Tao could potentially elaborate on, yes, my family, we are involved with Ermin Sultium. And I think that would make, like, it just writes itself, because people, I mean, even canonically, people don't take Hu Tao seriously. You have to think of Hu Tao as a character. Like, she is the head of the Wangshen funeral parlor, and the former god of Geo is her consultant. It is heavily implied that she knows who Zhongli is. So it's, you know, it's one of those things that I think is so hilarious, because if you remove just, yes, she's a very playful, very silly individual, she's incredibly perceptive and very intelligent. So I think it's really like important just to keep that in mind.
음량은 질서정연하고 운명은 수시로 변하지. 죽음은 예측할 수 없지만 나름의 규칙이 있어. 언제 어디서나 어떤 이유에서든 인간은 죽음을 경시해선 안 된다는 거 잊지 마. 죽음을 이해하고 존중해야지만 삶의 가치를 깨달을 수 있어.
Hu Tao and Chongyun seemingly not being a part of the Test of Courage event quest for 3.3 seems so wrong. The fact that they are not involved has me think, like, I have so many questions. I mean, I still have to finish all of Chongyun's hangout endings. Like, I have to have a day or two where I just grind the endings and really refresh myself on the characters. But I'm like, if you're gonna have anything spooky related TM or have tests of courage and things like that, those two, like, what? Like, I genuinely hope that they just appear like at that point, because if they're actually not involved, I will be very disappointed. I think her playfulness and silliness are her purposely hiding how much she knows. Oh, absolutely. Because you have, for me, it's really, I think this is just a staple in media. You have two types of characters in this regard. With characters who know TM, like they know things, they're either incredibly playful and you wouldn't, like, you know, you're like, okay, you don't take them seriously. And then you have the mysterious characters who do know, but they don't say anything. You look at Zhongli, you look at, you have Dainsleif, calm, collected characters who are usually reserved. They're not unapproachable, but they know a lot. Yeah. Whereas you have other characters like Hu Tao who know a lot, but they don't really say too much. The Traveler is an exception, but you know, Hu Tao x Dainsleif, oh my god, no. I can already just hear people screaming. But honestly, I do love fan art. I've seen a few fan arts of Hu Tao and Dainsleif, and it's Hu Tao being a menace and Dainsleif just being like, get me out of here, please. Where is the consultant to get her away from me? Because Hu Tao is absolutely that person to, while she's silly, she would call certain things out. Oh, I didn't mean the ship. Just the two comparisons you mentioned. Should have worded that better. Oh, no, you're fine. I'm just being silly. People can ship and do what they want. Maybe she even developed it as a coping mechanism from being very young, from her family dealing with serious stuff. I think that's heavily implied, if not stated, in her character stories. Because it's why a lot of people in Yue kind of roll their eyes to her, because they're like, oh, here's that Wangshen funeral parlor boss again. She's really strange because she, you know, is really obsessed with death and et cetera, but I think, unfortunately for them, and like a lot of people, they don't know her circumstances. So they're kind of just like, when you're dealt with certain topics, you you build a wall. You have your coping mechanism. So Hu Tao, she wants people to be it's kind of like you're sad at funerals, but a lot of people I've been seeing more, it's more of like a celebration of life. You don't like, you are within your right to mourn for them, but also have joy in the life that they did live, you know, kind of thing. And I feel like with Hu Tao, she just wants people to be happy even with people passing, as difficult as that is.
This was ordained by fate.
Aaron Bune, welcome. Also, on the topic of Hu Tao, I'll just have a fun little Hu Tao team. Because why not? Oh wait, I have to have the squad. Hold on. I couldn't not. Remember when Hoyoverse made this a banner? This incredibly stacked banner? The childhood squad, they are babies. I love them. I'll just make it the Hu Tao team. But I love them. But no, I do think that that is a really interesting, you know, conversation. And I think Hu Tao is one of those characters that will also have relevance in that regard in the story.
오늘 밤은 하늘의 별도 청청하고 달도 아름다운 게 좋은 날이 될 것 같아. 어디 보자. 알아. 네 생일이잖아. 야, 정말 좋은 날이야.
Yes, I'm happy for you. She's so excited.
힘이 최고치에 달하면 그때부턴 마음에 대한 시련이 시작되지. 네 덕분에 여기까지 올 수 있었어. 여기선 마음과 영혼이 구름이 돼서 삶과 죽음 그리고 천지 만물이 전부 우리 손에 있는 것만 같아.
Like, I feel like people just ignore that Hu Tao is very serious about death and maintaining balance. Like, obviously, there's like the silly, cute kind of aspect to it with like her character demo, by the way, betwixt life and death, and her actual, you know, character theme is a bop. I personally regard it as a Halloween bop. I love listening to it. But the Moon Chase cutscene, I just think of when she like playfully tapped on Zhongli's shoulder and was so excitedly looking at fireworks with him.
This was ordained by fate.
For Shadow Killer, welcome. How are you doing today? Like, I just think of, I love how I went to the blacksmith to make the treasure compass and then proceeded to not make the compass. I just have to wait for these two. I'll just come back in a little bit. Forgot they take like 10 minutes. But like, she's a really cool character. I don't think I have crowned anything. Maybe her? Yeah, if anything I would have crowned her E, but... Ooh, that firework looks like a pig. Yeah. Lil Hu Tao. So I think it's going to be... So this is like something I don't want to manifest, but like... Goodness, could you imagine? Like, the idea of like a player character getting like critically injured or something and in Liyue, and Hu Tao has to be the one. Because like we know the Traveler is able to process death, but you know, that would be quite something. I'm not manifesting characters to die, but I do think it'd be interesting if we saw that. Like an actual kind of situation. I follow you on Twitter and decided to swing by because I never did. Oh, well, thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I'm a clown on Twitter. Sorry if I'm not screaming about Dainsleif or just, you know, other things. I hope you enjoy the threads and things that I make occasionally. Gotta go sleep. Bye, everyone. I had a great rest of the stream. Oh, well, thank you so much for stopping by, and I hope you have a very peaceful sleep. Oh, bye. I forgot how strong Hu Tao is. I just kind of have fun. Oh no, it's burning. Also, I need to put like Chongyun's artifacts back on. I'm pretty sure they're on his aunt actually. Because I was moving everyone's artifacts and things around. I'd be actually shocked if no playable character dies over the course of Genshin's active development. So that's the thing. I do think that we will have a character that will die. Obviously, like, Dainsleif is my #1, but that's far away from now. In terms of immediate characters, I can't think of one. But I do feel like Hu Tao will, like, host the death of, like, a future character thing. But I do think, like, I think there will be character death, but it will be character death that actually will have merit. It's not just going to be there for shock factor. Because I know it's... Oh, I didn't mean to actually do that. I know it's very, very, 4,000. I think the highest I've seen a Hu Tao do in terms of attack with her E is like 6,000 something. It was really silly. Like, I don't think that it would be smart to just kill off a character just for the sake of killing them off. But so I don't think... Oh wait, hold on. Sometimes it feels like certain characters are a death flag competition. So I actually disagree with the idea that Xiao will die. The reason I say that is because a lot of his character revolves around learning that and accepting, like, he's accepted he is the last Yaksha. But for him to die, in my opinion, and this is just ignoring me liking him as a character, I feel like thematically it would just make no sense and kind of be a waste, in the sense of his journey is still coming to terms that his life, and just life in general for many characters, is worth living, and that he should not sacrifice himself, just whether in his mind could potentially be a form of atonement. Him accept, like, because eventually all characters will perish, but Xiao's time is not now. And I don't really see them doing that for him, because I think the interlude Archon quest really, in the chasm, really added to that as well, especially his conversations with Yelan. They both have completely stark ideals when it comes to self-sacrifice, and it's a heavy subject in general, but it's the topic of Xiao wanted to sacrifice his life so that everyone would be able to return to the surface to escape the domain, and he would be doing his duty. But, you know, for him to do it again, like, I think that would just be kind of... I don't think people would take it seriously. I'm a firm believer in media that death should mean something. So it would be really strange for him to just die, and they had this entire thing about the last Yaksha and him being the last of his kind, protecting Liyue. I just feel like it'd be really strange, but that's just me. But, you know, like, you look at characters that have death flags, you know, this is not what I meant to hit. In terms of death flags, I always joke about it. Like, Dainsleif, I look at, where is he? For the longest time, it's like, okay, Albedo would have death flags, but honestly, I think Albedo is fine. I think Albedo may be in a situation where he sacrifices this, like, degree of himself, but I also think Chalk Prince and the Dragon was a setup for if he were to actually lose control, and that are his siblings, quote unquote, that we've seen. We see what has happened to his past siblings created by Ryan Dotier. But Albedo, I think, is the special case TM in which, again, he could. I'm not, I don't have dev mode, I don't write for the game, but I can just see that, he's a certain point. Tartaglia, he gives me death flags. I'm sorry, Tartaglia fans. I think he'll have a heroic kind of outing. I'm not even trying to make this like a grim subject, so I do apologize. But he gives me would protect to the very end and then make like some cheeky remark about protecting childhood dreams and having the traveler do that in his stead. Even though he has a goal to like topple the throes of the heavens and all of that, so that may include his life, but he gives me becomes anti-hero, sacrifices himself. Venti, I don't think is making it personally. That's just me. I love him, but he in a similar situation like Rukkhadevata and Kusanali, like with Venti and Istaroth, I think that Venti is just going to become one with the wind again. So, also, hello, Soy. How are you? Lisa also gives me death flags, but I think it's just because of her name card primarily. As much as I love her, I don't want her to die, but like I can see it happening for her. So I will unmanifest anything when it regards to her. The reason I say Lisa has a death flag is because of her name card specifically, which reads, I can find it. Look at all of these name cards I just don't use. I always switch between them. Lisa's name card says, an hourglass marks the end of the workday for Lisa. Its sands move fast. So naturally it's like, okay, time is progressing, but I'm in my like headcanon-y, I feel she stumbled upon like something she shouldn't have in Sumeru, and because of that, her life expectancy is shorter. I've just always had that headcanon. I'm not sure why. Also, Aishaya or Aisha, welcome. I hope you're enjoying your evening or time of day where you are. If a character dies, they will not become unplayable. So before a character dies, MiHoYo needs to address the question of, do we adventure with the actual character when we put them in a team, or is the traveler projecting their skills in some way? So I don't think we'll get a character death before we learn more about that. Oh, I absolutely agree. Because if it comes down to it, if a character does die, they will still be playable. They just will no longer have future content unless it's kind of like a memory-based thing, So I think that in that regard, it'll be some time. I also want to firmly state that, like, I don't want any character in this game really to die personally. Like, I'm not hoping for death. I'm just saying I can see it happening. And most of the characters I love in games, media, fiction, whatever, usually die. Or they're critically maimed in some way. Like, and I think the easiest example of that is Dainsleif. I'm so sorry. I have yet to meet a single person who's like, yeah, I can see Dainsleif living at the end of the game. Headcanon, I could have sworn that was canon. So in regards to like her, Vital, I love you so much, but sweetie, not right now. Is it her character story for? No, I think it. No. Okay, so yeah, it's this. Her character story 5. Having personally witnessed raving mad scholars in the forest of Sumer and powerful sages sitting underutilized on advisory councils, Lisa realized what uninhibited erudition can really do to a person. It seemed such a high price to pay. How much did one have to sacrifice to attain the profoundest knowledge of all? Put off by this realization, Lisa decided to leave Sumer. Since then, Lisa has always stopped short of taking things too seriously. Before demanding too many miracles from the gods, first consider if you are willing to pay the price they ask. These words she has spoken to just 3 people since arriving in Monsat. In each case, it was because she knew it was what they needed to hear. This specifically, before demanding too many miracles from the gods, first consider what you're willing to pay for the price. Like, it's so funny how it comes back. Like, it's a full circle, because what she says here is literally, it just applies to so many things. It clearly applies to Sumeru. But as far as I'm aware, I just have always headcanon that Lisa unfortunately stumbled upon things she shouldn't have. In regards to forbidden knowledge and like prohibited knowledge, I suppose I could say, or maybe like banned knowledge, she strikes me as someone who would know that. Oh, also, previously, when we were mentioning like Hu Tao, like, or in my words, like you have those two types of characters. Mysterious character who knows everything, or like silly character who knows everything. Alice and Hu Tao. Alice, Hu Tao, Zhongli, Dainsleif. Those two are like those four. It's like the best example of that. Also Venti, but like I say Venti leads more on, like he's actually kind of in the middle because he has that playful side to him, but when you actually, when the traveler talks to, it's like you can, you know, with Venti when you're talking to Venti and when you're talking to Barbados, if that makes sense. Maybe that revelation was inspired by the Mad Scholars to some degree. It could be. Well, I'm a head out. You have a good night. Well, thank you so much for stopping by, Purple. I really appreciate it. Dainsleif is a silly character. I'm so sorry. There's a silly character. Hu Tao, Alice. In terms of mysterious character, Dainsleif, Zhongli. Like mysterious reserved character who won't say more or can't say more. I am so sorry if I mix up my words because my brain was going faster than what I could say. Lisa read Before Sun and Moon. That would be so unfortunate. Speaking of Lisa, she's a member of the Spontamod, and there's this banned research on mechanical life forms that was touched on in Tignari Story Quest. Maybe it's related to that, what Lisa stumbled upon. It could be. It very much so could be. Miss Lisa just has so much to tell, but they're being so cheeky about her.
언젠가 이 눈의 힘이 모든 걸 파괴하겠지. 그때에도 네가 있다면 아무것도 아니야.
We still can't trust the Archons either. Them being nice to us doesn't change what they are and the stuff they know and keep from us. Oh, absolutely. That's one of just the things in Genshin that I love, is that at the end of the day, the Traveler, I can't even say the meme, the Traveler can't even trust themselves, but it's a situation where when it comes down to it, the Traveler is already incredibly perceptive. They know the kinds of beings that they're involved with and the gods and everything with Teyvat. So it is really smart that you don't trust everyone. I mean, Dainsleif even states himself that don't blindly follow the gods and what they say, but don't just try to kill them either. Mew, if Lisa is not in Sumeru, that will be the biggest throw ever. Like, that is an L. Like, you can't just give me Miss Lisa, genius of the academia who left, and just not have her involved in the Sumeru story. I refuse. She is too, look at her. Like, I'm so sorry, Mihoyo. I will scream. I thought we would get a bit of Lisa lore with Sumeru. I did too. I'm personally going to hold off. It could just be complete hopium, but like, I really feel like they're holding out for her. Otherwise, it would just be such a missed opportunity. Who knows what secrets Kokomi has? I wouldn't put it past her to know some before Sun and Moon knowledge. That would be really interesting because I think within the lore community, many of us believe, including myself, that she is the reincarnated dragon of water sovereign. So she could know more history about her ancestors within Enkanomiya, but perhaps she doesn't want to acknowledge it. Perhaps she doesn't, want to go through that. So I remember the day Genshin came out, when I saw Lisa for the first time, I said, she has the dead anime mom hairstyle. Hoyo knows what they're doing. Oh yeah, that's why it was so hilarious seeing so many people saying Lisa has a dead mom haircut. It's a wrap. And I feel so bad because it's like, they're not wrong, but like, listen. But for Lisa, I need more from her. They need to give me more about her. Because the biggest thing because Lisa's design was really, I was like, ooh, I love her. I love witches. And she gives me incredibly powerful being energy, which she is. Like, she is very strong.
내가 전성기 상태를 회복한다면 무슨 대단한 일이 벌어질지도 모르지.
Miss Lena Minchie is surely like a celebrity in Sumeru already. Literally, you can't go 5 feet in the academia with someone being like, oh my gosh, you know Lisa? She was amazing. What is she doing in Mondstadt now? And then everyone's like, she's a librarian? What? I'm hoping that now that the political situation in Sumeru has settled and they've told the nation's story, now they'll give us Lisa content. I hope so. I really do. Because it's just, like when I look at Lisa, I think of, she knows so much. She knows so much. And I feel like she just, Hoyoverse, release her. I really hope she appears and drops a huge lore bomb. I honestly would laugh. I love when characters just come in and then just say they're already like lore adjacent or super lore related, and then they just leave. Like, I've been seeing so much art of Lisa and Dottore, and I think it's so fantastic because it's like there has to have been something there. That's why I've really been hoping she has a voice line about him. Quietly, I'm like, I really hope she has a voice line about him. I listen. But like, again, I love characters who just come, say a huge lore thing and then leave. And then they just, you know, like, I think the easiest example was like Albedo. He's like, ah, yes, traveler, hello. I am the product, the magnum opus of my master, the alchemist Gold. I will see you in 8 to 10 months. And then you just leave, like, you know, and Paimon's like, wow, we learned a lot about Albedo, as if he didn't just say that. The Pale Princess mystery haunts me. It haunts me so much. In terms of books in the archive that, oops, once again, I need to actually like pay attention and be aware. I get so distracted, I apologize. Hear Me Out, Layla Hangout event in which they contact Lisa for help on a paper. I desperately want Layla, Mona, and Albedo to interact. I also would love if Lisa was there. If you like think of like Mona, Layla, and Albedo, chef's kiss. Like, I already love Mona and Albedo so much. Like, they, yes. But after like the 3.3 live stream, we can assume there's no Albedo event this year. I still regard December as Albedo's month. Like, you think of All I Want for Christmas Is You, and that's Albedo. I still regard him as like winter lore king, because every December they were just kind of like, why did I do this again? Here we go. Oh, I actually need to make more of these. Also, I think in the future, we're going to get so much information. Like, I think we're going to get a playable treasure hoarder. And we're going to have a lot more light onto the organization that's not just a bunch of people that we just beat up for their materials. Like, I think the treasure hoarders actually will serve a thematic purpose. All I Want for Christmas is Albedo. Yeah. Unfortunately, like, because, like, I do like that they're changing things up. We shouldn't get the same thing all the time, but I really liked Mona as a character, and she's grown on me more ever since 2.8. I am a Mona ride or die. I'm gonna need for MiHoYo, like, this is gonna sound so aggressive, I'm gonna need for them to stop like playing around. I need to see Mona's master. I would love to have, I need to, one, I would love her name and to see what she looks like. Just like I would like to see Reindotir's appearance, what she looks like. Because thus far, we know that in terms of like the Conrian kind of aesthetic theme, it's white, black, gold, silver. Maybe like some other few colors, give or take. But Dainsleif, black and blue. Albedo, white, blue, black. He's not Conrian, quote unquote, but he's a product of Conria, therefore not Conrian, but like, I just like her appearance. And then you have Kaya, all the way up here. Like blue, white, purple, gold areas. Another test subject, yes. Welcome, Yugar. How are you? I also will add more better Twitch TV emotes for everyone. But like, you think of characters like Mona's Master, Rhindotier, Alice. Those three women alone have so much just of teyvat's history and lore on their back. Like, I just think there's something there that we can all just like scream about. Let's go. Treasure compass. I love Mona's lore too. Her domain in 2.8 was so pretty. I am very biased, but I'm like, Mona's domain was the prettiest. Her domain was the prettiest. It was amazing, and I think we as a society should all accept that. Because Mona is... I think it's very easy to just ignore her because people are just like, LOL, she's just a girl who loves astrology, but like, what's wrong with that? But also on the fact that the implications of what Mona can do and what she currently already can do is so immense. I think, like, I will always shout from the rooftops how important that is. Genshin's final boss, Mariah Carey. Yeah, she has a whistle note, like, which is her ultimate, and it just kills you immediately if you don't, like... Of course it's underground. Of course it's underground. I need to think of how... I need to figure out how to get underground. I'm in uni, waiting for my next class. Hope you're having a good day. Oh, well, thank you so much for stopping by. I hope university goes well for you today. Every Conrian outfit, I always struggle to spell it, always pleases my aesthetics. Conria, like, the girls knew. The girls knew that black, blue, gold, and white feels good. Like, I will not be surprised if Rhindotier has, like, the same... I mean, I imagine she would. Because, like, even Piero, when you look at his design in the Lazo teaser, obviously white coat, but he essentially has, like, a reverse of, like, Kaya's hair. And if you look in the, like... underneath his coat, there was blue, black, gold. So oh wait, the fact that she doesn't need her vision for hydromancy, yeah, like, she's just innately talented in that regard. I've made a firm stance on this, but by the end of the game, do you think we'll get the other sibling as a playable character by the final arc? Contrast picking one to start the game as. I feel like that'd be the best way to portray a traveler's story quest for them. So I've personally never really thought in terms of if the traveler's, well, goodness, I can't speak. The traveler's sibling would be playable. I've personally always thought in the back of my mind, I could see them actually dying. But in terms of being a playable character, I do think thematically that would be really cool, and I could see that. I feel like there's so many things that can happen with the Abyss sibling, and I struggle to really subscribe to just one, only because of, well, yep, like the possibilities that just present. I do really like the idea of Oh, okay, I guess this guy wants to fight.
급여 사령.
누룽지야, 불을 푹 일어나.
Okay. Who... Oh. Wait, what? Oh, what in the world?
내 명을 받들라.
I need to put Chungyun's artifacts back on. I don't like this at all. I'm just gonna let him burn to death. Oh, that's right. I'm like right next to fungi. I love the opposite instead. The final boss is the other sibling. I'll one-up you and say if we need... What if we end up combining and becoming a god? Imagine a unique elemental resonance for them. Oh, I absolutely think there will be. Like, okay, if we're to look at the characters, I can absolutely see like the Traveler's sibling, like Aether or Lumine. And it gives like their little description as their constellations. Maybe you get them C6 already or something like that. But when you go to their story, just like how the Traveler, right now we can only have 1 and 2 and Vision. This is when they were just introduced to teyvat, whereas character story 2, it talks about going to, you know, Mondstadt. So character story 3, I imagine would be between like Liyue and perhaps Inazuma. Because not all of these, like we don't have enough for like 1 for every single region. And we have the Loom of Fate project itself. So it's like, I think that we absolutely will have some form of, like once we encounter the sibling again, we'll have access to more of the Traveler's information. But I can also see this with the sibling and we learn what they were doing in between time and before the Traveler woke. Imagine a unique... Oh wait, no, I started with... I think that in fact the final chapter, the Traveler will get the light element. I see a lot of people speculating about like, you know, light element, void element, and I think that's actually really interesting. So it's like, oh, light, and then like what, Dainsleep's like void. My husband has void energy. I need to remember how to go underground from here. I think I need to go... And then you can get underground by going this way. I think I'm gonna go this way. Oh wait, what if we got... So if we're talking about like potential characters that have like stuff like that, I think I'm personally just going to wait. I know there are different theories that go about, and I just can't subscribe to anything right now because I'm not sure myself. Omni element? So long as I get to play Dainsleif before he dies, I'm fine. I have such a low bar. Like, I'm comfy knowing that he will be playable, but... Oh wait, this goes up. I forgot. I need for them to hit this. I don't feel like... Man. How did you get up there? Wait, will this take me... I honestly thought that was going to like explode and Xingqiu was going to die, if I'm being completely honest. Dead Sleeve Cursed. I mean, I just feel like it writes itself. It's even... How do I get down there? Dainsleif banner is gonna be crazy. Oh, Neo. Oh, Neo. The things I want to say to that. Man, I remember having this conversation with friends where it's like, oh, well, do you think he had a family? Dainsleif gives me like found family kind of vibes, but I was going on this tangent again about how I'm like, oh yeah, he probably, well, no, not Dainsleif. Mainly Piero gives me like man who had entire family that was just completely killed, like destroyed because of Conria's arrogance, the sages not listening to him or his warnings, etc., etc. And like one of my friends was like, oh my god, can you imagine Dainsleif as a father? I was like, give me 9 months, smile. But no, in regards to story, I feel like that'd be so difficult. Makes me think of the Light Realm sigils from the Enkanomiya event. Yeah, I took so many screenshots during the and kind of like the 3 Realms event. Also, rest in peace people who didn't play it. Because I love how they just casually were like, yeah, there were these Vishap messengers that were incredibly important. Also, here's this weapon, like this exclusive weapon that's not for Kokomi, but instead for Yae Miko. We want a free-to-play, quote-unquote, free-to-play weapon for her. Dainsleif gives more like Big Brother vibes. Yeah, I feel the same way. At the most, he would give like an uncle kind of thing. That's not like father. However, but I will never get over Chongyun is my son. I love him so much. I just love his design. I think they really like, this is such a good design. I feel like all of these chests I'm going to be looking for are going to be underground. I mean, at this point, he could be a grandpa. Oh yeah, I literally, this is gonna sound so silly. I forgot he's technically a grandfather. Like, because like I look at Zhongli, Archaic Lord, actual grandpa being thousands upon thousands of years old. Like, to me, I think of like, in the scope of things, like in our time, it's like, yes, that is a long time, 500 years. But then I look at like Dainsleif and Nahida are roughly the same age, whereas beings like Xiao and Ganyu are older than them, like canonically older than them. Ganyu is over 3,000 and Xiao was like 2,500 or something like that. Dad, uncle, Dainsleif. Listen. Dainsleif is just my husband, and I'm happy with that. Sandrone in the corner. Oh, speaking of beings that are centuries years old, I love how the top 3 harbingers absolutely are. I think that's hilarious. Like, I'm so sorry. Dottore, that man has existed for so long. He, at this point, is just trying to find ways to make his life longer. Through the various segments he had, because there's nothing to say, because he made the exchange with Nahida like, okay, this very diplomatic exchange of, I will kill all of my segments for the Gnosis, but that's not to say, and of course, you know, plot, not to say that he won't do more Xehanorting in a different way. I cannot wait to meet Colombina. Colombina is quite literally going to be, she presents as incredibly, you know, soft, adorable, sweet, but is actually very unhinged and well, canonically is very deadly. So Oh, I forgot. There was like a chest over here that I already got.
춤추자. 가라.
윤력.
Child is the only non-boomer of the Harbingers. I don't know. I feel like, okay, I was gonna say, I don't think Kabitano is really like a boomer. Like, he gives boomer energy, kind of, but like, I feel like he's younger, but he's still like older. Columbina doesn't seem to be that old. I feel like anyone in the Harbingers, I feel like can be anywhere between like 100 to like 1,000. And then you have like Tartaglia, who's like 26 or something. That's just so funny. But honestly, I think it would be cool if she actually wasn't and she was just like some kid. And she's just like, yeah, I'm just like an Eldritch Horror though, it's fine. Or is it's a twice thing where his segments can't tell who the original is anymore? Yeah, I actually thought about that too. Capitano feels like an evil Reinhardt. Capitano is Nod's. I'm excited for him because Varka was like, yeah, we crossed paths, but he was like, I'm not gonna fight you guys. Bye. I was like, ooh, I like him. Tamaskai03 or Tamaski03, welcome. I love your venti avatar. I feel like Capitano gives me Bloodstained Knight energy, so if she's a Seelie, she's ancient. That's why I say, like, I feel Columbina is older than she appears, like most characters in this game. So. Chatty Tano? I don't like calling Capitano a Chad. Like, for the meme, yeah, Giga Chad, but like, I don't like that. That's so funny. I mean, they're like the different body types in the game. Like, we have the Animo. I mean, we just have like the Fatui characters that are like that. So, plus we have like this is not the button I meant to press. Like all of the really cool enemies, like the Eremite elites, like they exist. I just don't know why they haven't like this. He has such a cool design. Like this is the size I imagine Varka or Capitano to be. Like this is the model I would imagine them using. And if they don't, they will look really silly. I love that he's just another human. Oh, are we referring to... Okay, if we're referring to Capitano, I just like blanked out for a second. His face though, I love Capitano. I just think that he... I feel like every Harbinger represents a race that ever existed in Teyvat. I mean, yeah, because like for all we know, Capitano could be like, because we have Pulcinella, who's like of the elf race, and then you have like I love how I look at a character like Dottore, who is very bent on having humans ascend to like past godhood without the need of visions and such, regardless of the method it takes. But like he himself, I would never regard, like he's not a human anymore in terms of like what he can do. But I suppose like at his core, yes, you could argue he's a human, but like, I'm so sorry. You're Xehanorting all over the place and you have like segments in different like positions in time. You know, I feel like that's no longer human territory. I feel, oh wait, no. It's just, there's so much potential with this game and I'm very excited to see where things are going to go. Like for all we know, Capitano could be a fox or something. We don't know. Also, everyone look, there's the pillar over there. Or at least that's my speculation, at least. I always just come over here because I'm just like, yep, this is definitely, to me, That is the pillar over there. In the ruins of Jirabard. I mean, it's completely possible that he could be like a bishop half kind of thing going on. Like, if we look at... Where is he? Pop-Tart's voice lines about him. Let's see.
난 전장에서 그의 모습을 본 적 있어. 정말 더할 나위 없이 강했지. 내 순위가 너무 뒤쪽이라 날 주의 깊게 보지는 않은 모양이야. 비록 지금은 무시당해도 언젠가 꼭 내 실력을 보여주겠어.
I always thought Vergilde was a Mondstadt Fox. Yeah, Vergilde is... like, she... So much about her character is intriguing. That voice, oh my god. Yeah, that's Tartaglia. Because I always, I like to occasionally go to the, golden... the Golden House and then just, like, listening to him and leaving immediately because, like, why would I ever... Wait, I never heard Korean dub child. Why is he kinda... Okay. Do I need to change the language? Is he,
그는 우인단 최초의 집행관이자 오늘날 집행관들의 리더야. 주로 중요한 자리에서만 모습을 드러내지. 그의 업적은 솔직히 관심 없어. 내 중심은 오로지 여왕님을 위한 거니까.
Also, the fact that so this is so silly. I will always remember Tartaglia's birthday because there was one really like stressful day I had at the grocery store, and I remember sending this image to my friend Viv, who's a Tartaglia main and an awesome lore person herself. The milk that I had was on Tartaglia's birthday, and I sent it to her, and I'm like, I'm never gonna forget this milk just because of the date on it. And somehow I just remember Tartaglia now. He sounds like the ML in any Korean... Oh, okay. Also, yes. Let's see. We can listen to the demon. Here's Pop-Tart in Korean.
이런 기회 흔치 않아. 날 좀 재밌게 해봐. 항복도 괜찮은 선택이라고 할 수 있지. 상냥하게 대해줄 테니 걱정 마.
Yep. That Tartaglia in Korean. Now, as I was exploring in Sumeru, I think it was underground over here. He's gonna like artist do it. No way that's his voice? Yeah, it's Tartaglia. That's Pop-Tart in Korean. Smile. Screaming right now. There will never not be a time I feel compelled to do that, because I will never forget the first time I heard it. And I was like, I'm so sorry. I must be playing the wrong game, because that is not the same character. Gotta download Korean dub now? Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, there are many, again, I know this topic is brought a lot on stream a lot. Whichever dub is most comfortable for you, by all means. I love languages, so I usually switch between CN, JP, and well, now I need to... I usually switch between languages, so... But usually it'll be in Korean or Chinese. I just genuinely thought Tartaglia was a different character. As a Korean, I'm so happy people be simping for Korean. Hashtag not my child. I remember posting a video on Twitter and someone said, Kiryu, respectfully, WTF. I was like, what do you mean? I'm just... This is just what he sounds like. It's not my fault. But like, I love Yai's English a lot. So she, like, I'll switch to English if she's in an event, like with the Fabulous Fungi. So, you know. I don't even think I even, like, did any of this. Ooh. Okay, I need to go to another... Here we go. Kiri was like, everyone shut up and listen to Korean dub child. Respectfully, WTF. Are you saying respectfully to child's voice, May? Kiryu talks a lot about Tartaglia, but he's still on level 2. Listen, that is necessary. He has to stay level 2. I will not be tempted by him. Oh my goodness, I was interrupted.
윤력, 주술,
손에 손잡고 이것이 바로 지혜의 전당 별의 가호.
Okay. Let's see.
노력 대비 효율이 좋네요.
Everyone was over here. Never knew I needed to hear Korean child to this day. Thank you, Kiryu. Oh, no to that tweet I quoted? Oh, I see. Hey, I feel like a lot of people sleep on the Korean dub. If Tartaglia just happens to be the one that made you question some things, then I'm happy to be that person to talk to you about it. Also, I love how we got here just because of, like, Capitano conversation. But also, I'm so curious about Skirk, his master.
사부님을 뵙지 못한 게 벌써 몇 년째인지. 사부님은 나랑 겨룰 때 항상 한 손만 사용해. 다음번엔 적어도 양손 모두 사용하게 할 거야.
Because Skirk herself lives in the abyss, and she taught Tartaglia how to survive and just fight. So I'm curious, one, how long she's been in there. I absolutely think she's going to be playable. And just, you know, I'm very excited for Skirk. Because you learn about her there, and you also learn about her... Was it in his 4 or 5? Yes. Once he fell into the hole, like, he fell into the crack in the abyss. There he would meet a mysterious swordswoman, so we know she's a sword wielder. Or perhaps one day say that this dark realm sensed the burning ambition in that boy's heart. Like, she is a master swordswoman who lives in the abyss. I don't have his name card yet. I actually have to see. Where is it? Yes. This bears all the marks of that fellow who gallivants as he pleases across the continent with his ever-changing combat styles. Yet his quote-unquote foul legacy was not originally his. Rather, it was taught to him by that solitary girl who dwelt in the darkest corners of the universe. So Skirk is presumably in one of the darkest areas of the abyss, taught him foul legacy, and is a master swordswoman. And the fact that Tartaglia has never been able to beat her, that's so funny. And she's only used one hand to just, like, she literally just looks away as he tries so hard to fight her. Oh, hello, Sayoba. Hello, just found you on my Discover tab, but I love your voice. Oh my goodness, thank you. Thank you. Tartaglia is at his strongest when he's the weakest. Tartaglia is a strange, silly little guy. I'm trying to... Honestly, I feel like exploring the desert would be the easiest in terms of trying to find chests. Solitary girl. Watch her become playable with a girl model. I mean, she probably will. But at the same time, I would really love if she had like the tall adult model. I think that would be really, really neat. But I can easily see her being like of this height just because she's been in the abyss, like, let's assume like hundreds of years or something like that. It's a trope of character who was very small is actually very powerful or really, really old. And in her case, I could easily see her being like Layla's height, and she's so much smaller than Tartaglia, which makes the whole gap even like funnier that he's never been able to. Also, I should not have gone away from where I was. So now I don't even remember. I was trying to destroy that other withering zone. She's just 1,000 years old because of Abyss time. So that's actually going to be even more interesting because it's like how, you know, it's just going to be one of those situations where how are we going to, I don't know, I'm just theorizing too much because I'm very excited about her. So, and through this, I'm already like, ooh, the Skirk no Rindo tier. What? The reason we're not going to get Skirk for a very long time. And I'm mainly interested in her because she knows extensive information. Like from that, we could surmise that she has extensive information on the Abyss. So. Oh dear.
뇌강이 애처롭구나.
Oh, wait.
별이여 강림하소서. 헤이?
주술, 윤령.
You can only block for so long. There we go.
어서 열어봐.
I wonder if she has anything to do with Circe, who was a granddaughter of Helios and a sorceress. I think there's a possibility of connections there. We've seen them reference multiple mythological characters with existing characters, world quests and stuff like that. My biggest hopium is that we have Skirk's banner and all of that, and we're actually, the reason we learn more about her is because there's an area like similar to Enkanomiya, where it's abyss, like straight up abyss. And we have an event surrounding her and stuff like that. Kirki can also be pronounced as Circe can be pronounced as Kir. Yeah, there's so many different pronunciations, so I apologize in advance. I'm tripping over my words because I'm just getting so excited talking about possibilities. They had a missed opportunity beta. I would like to see different like model types because they have different model types in the game. I just don't know why they don't use them. So there was that, and then oh, the Aranara. Aranara was, that one was over there. I think it's over there. That other Aranara, possibly. I don't think I can reach it down here. I need to save that R&R. Ooh, but I am not about to climb that, that's for sure. You pronounce it fine. I was just agreeing that the potential for Circe equals Kirk connection is there. Yes, okay, so I'm sorry. I thought you were going there, but I was like, wait, I probably sound really silly, so I apologize. Also, unironically, so much of the food in this game looks really good. Layla's, like, specialty just looks like it tastes so good. Also, the core food to make extravagant slumber from Layla is the rose custard. And it's a menu, it's a recipe you get from the cafe. And Dual Soul, Xeno's specialty, you can only get by reaching reputation level 4. Because you need the base recipe for a tachin first. I have another question. Do you have a rough theory on what the Abyss looks like? So, in the past, I've actually tried to form like an infographic kind of thing as to how I think the abyss looks like, because I feel that's difficult to just say it may look like just one thing. I think it's going to be similar in the sense of, I think it's a very large, it's like a very large area, and similarly it's like not a dark universe of sorts, but it's so exponentially vast that we couldn't comprehend how big it is, and it has only continued to grow as time immemorial. But I do think there are different layers of the abyss. I have, oh wait, ancient Greek didn't have a soft C, so back then it could have been pronounced with a hard C or K sound. Oh, I see. But in modern times, people pronounce it as an S sound. Oh wait, darn it. I am trying to find, okay, it's over here, I think. Yeah, there's little guy. I want to rescue this Aranara. Well, I say rescue as it's just, you know. I think the Aranara are just the cutest beans. So, you know, we have, you know, an Aranara event. We are absolutely going to have a Seelie event, and I think it's going to be the saddest thing ever. Because we had an event where we learned about the vessels of Orobashi. We've had Hilichurl event. We've had the Aranara event. The Lockfolk event. So I really think we're gonna have a Seelie event. I love finding them around the map. Also, hello, Rosina. I think it's really cute because they're just all about the forest, and then you'll just be minding your business and you just hear, oh, singing. Or they'll be afraid, and that makes me so sad. I don't like seeing anything shivering, so when I see an Aranara shivering, I just go on full attack mode, like who has harmed it? Who is preventing this bean from being happy? The spiral abyss is only one part of the abyss. Yes, the abyss itself has so many layers to it, so many areas, and that's why I strongly feel like it's such a vast amount of land. So that's why I feel that it's going to be one of those situations where we're just going to have different areas, because you have Enkanomiya, which is in the abyss. It was, you know, you could presumably say that it was based off of Atlantis in a sense, because Enkanomiya is in the abyss. It fell into the abyss actually. So it's one of those situations where I think the abyss itself is going to have, it's just going to be its own region, to be honest. Like, if I were to think about, imagine a Seelie event and Columbina gets an intro like Skara and Unreconciled Stars. I think it'll be really interesting if the first introduction we have to Columbina is her, like, you know, resting, and then like a flower or Seelie or something like flies to her finger or something, like a Disney princess. And then she just looks to the traveler and smiles. Abyss Teapot? Honestly, I would be down for that. I'm also very late to this notification, but Aquatoki, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. I'm currently exploring, but been kind of discussing different Genshin theories and stuff like that. So if you have any, actually, I think I'm going to be in a Genshin theory mood for the next few, forever. I was going to say few days, but next few forever, just because of the sheer amount of notes I've been taking and things people have been sending me, and I've been so slow to respond, so I do apologize there. Oh wait, I need to click this. Actually, I'll use my... See, I want to switch my team, but this is also Sumeru, and I feel like I'm going to need Dendro, so that's why I'm just running around with the team. I need to make more furniture for Sumeru Teapot. Yes, I need to find more stuff, actually. On the topic of it. I love how all gods have their own familiars, mythical beings. I do too. Which is so interesting to me because it's like you have the different races, different mythical beings and such in Teyvat, and it's like, oh, if you have like the progenitor of sorts, it's kind of interesting. Because a lot of people, like, look at like the primordial one, and it's like, ah, yes, you're not from Teyvat, but you have created so much. And you have 4 shining shades. Of those shades, what happens there? Great. I know my trust rank is really low just because I just collected things the other day. But now that it is reset, I will absolutely need to get these because I have no books whatsoever. And your Inazuma Teapot is pretty. I don't want to move right now. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you can just swap between the realms. All of your items and things will still be there. You'll just be starting over. So you can slowly work on Sumeru, and then once you're finished, you know, if you want to move there, by all means. If not, Inazuma. I need to actually build things in all of my teapots. They're just sitting there. Here's the flowers. I always buy these every single time. Would the 4 shades count as familiars or humanity itself? So that's also an interesting conversation, because all that we know, like we could view the 4 shades as like gods if we want to. You have, for instance, Istaroth, who's believed to be one shade of them, which already says a lot because it's like you have the god of time, the god of winds. You then by proxy, you could assume god of the void, god of space, god of matter, something like that. When you think of like Pokemon, you have like Arceus and then the creation trio kind of thing. But, you know, it's just one of those situations where until we have a bit more of at least another shade, or perhaps if we're able to make those connections, until then it's just kind of a guessing game. Because you could be like, well, the 4 shades, quote unquote, the primordial one made are different layers of humanity or existence within the universe. Yeah, but like, I don't want to be in an empty realm while I wait for furniture queues to finish building. Well, that's the thing. That's why I said, like, you could still be in Inazuma, and then as you collect things, once you feel comfortable, you could probably go there. I know your crafter side of you would scream, so I understand. Just in Istaroth is Dialga. I am so happy you agree, Wind. Shades of time, space, life, and death. That's also a possibility. I do think that like void or abyss, like possibly related to death, maybe not necessarily death, could be a factor there. Because in terms of like one of the shades for the primordial one, I just think of like, I think of regarding void, it like the abyss itself, just like life, like you have 2 forces that constantly combat one another. You don't want too much of either because there's a severe imbalance and there will be death and destruction as a result of that. But I think that it could be in a sense where the void inherently is just the void. Like it has a mind of its own, which is like, you know, evil and stuff like that. But look at like core elements. It's like void in itself reminds me of like Hades from the like Greek mythology, who just resided over the underworld, was not like the devil, quote unquote, was just like the guy there guarding, you know, the underworld. And I feel like there's going to be a shade that's similar to the void or abyss or something like that, or a being of that nature who is like is the abyss incarnate. But I'm probably not making any sense, but I just have so many thoughts about this game. I'm genuinely not going to be surprised if Alice is like, oh yeah, Istaroth, she and I go way back. It's been quite some time since I've been able to talk to her. I need to actually make so much of this. I just have not. I associate void more with space than death. Yeah, I agree. That's kind of like, it's like void, emptiness, or like matter, space, things like that. Wait, is this the carpet? Hold on. Yeah, this is the rug, the tapestry that has scribe lore. Speaking of, I'll hate him wanted. You can read about him in the teapot. Quality carpets colored with an expensive emerald dye and laced with gold commonly used in Sumeru's buildings depict magnificent patterns. The fabric used in the carpet is also unmatched, supple, and tough, known to still look brand even after 100 years of use. It is said that the same design of said carpet came from a set of patterns written down by a researcher while solving a puzzle. With some adjustments, you can create designs with wonderful symmetries. That researcher, now a scribe at the Academia, has declined to comment on the story, but this anecdote has been told many times by merchants to emphasize the magnificent carpet's patterns. AKA Dory trying to sell it for more. I mean, void could also be absence of life, no? Yes, it could. I've also been exploring more, so I've been finding more of like the furnishings, which makes me happy because I am very bad in terms of exploring. No, I need to. I'm also so happy I got these. I love these lamp trees so much. They're gorgeous. Wait, I haven't made this yet. Random question. Do any of you bite into your ice cream? That sounds painful. I don't think my teeth could do that. Also, welcome, Xena. Hello. Like, personally, biting into ice cream seems very, like, cursed. I say cursed affectionate, but also like cursed looking nervously. Like, okay, yeah, like Nia said, like I would bite if it's like an ice cream sandwich, but if you just have like soft serve like on a cone, I personally can't do that. That sounds really difficult. I feel like I'll hate them would bite into ice cream. Just because he's cursed, that's why. See, now I want ice cream sandwiches. I'm so sad. I'm gonna go to the store and get some. I need to get more wood. So, Istaroth, do you bite into ice cream all the time? He does it to annoy Kaveh. Like, no, but the thing is, I'll hate them would bite into ice cream and just look, like, if you were to look at him doing that, he would stare right back with a straight face, like he is doing absolutely nothing wrong. Yes, I do bite into my ice cream. Like, my teeth are just too sensitive. I just couldn't do that, personally. I think I tried once and then I was like, I've learned from this, and I just never did it again. Wait, I didn't mean to do that. I heard I'll hate them. Oh, I was saying, I feel I'll hate them probably bite into ice cream. Also, why are you guys biting into ice cream? No, I'm not. Isteroth and Alhaitham are. That is new lore. Alhaitham probably bites into ice cream. Oh my gosh, you know those images of, I didn't mean to hit this. You know those images of like cursed food, like, or people purposefully making things ajar? That's literally Alhaitham.
At what point in history did a doctor become more than a trusted and learned friend?
I'm being so overdramatic. He's probably super boring and bland, but like I like the idea of him just purposefully being so insufferable, even just as he's minding his own business. Hate them where? So Isteroth asked if any of us here bit into ice cream. I said no, jokingly, because like I can't, my teeth are too sensitive, and because that sounds cursed, but I was just joking. And now I'm like, no, Alhaitham probably bites into ice cream, because why wouldn't he? All the chests are underground. That's right. I literally went to the desert so that I could find a chest. And then I proceeded to not do that. Let me explore the village here. Nice to see you're still alive. Okay, characters who can bite into ice cream. Actually, no, I don't think Ito would. I genuinely cannot think of any character who would bite into ice cream. I feel like, but the thing is with Alhaitham, he would bite into the ice cream because he would find some obnoxious reasoning as to why it's actually better to do it that way as opposed to just licking it. And then Kabe will also judge him for that. Like, he could do it to annoy people, but he also could do... Well, that's the thing. He would do it as, oh, this is much more effective, but then it'd also just be like, no, you're just being a troll at this point. You're being difficult for the sake of being difficult. That's in the village I have not gotten. Okay, Chungyun is baby. Chungyun bites into popsicles. And he's very brave for that. Oh, there's just a whole remarkable chest up here. Oh my goodness. On the topic of furniture. Wow. Astral, did you hear Korean Child in his boss battle? I think I've played it to Astral quite a few times. Oh, yes, I have. Have you guys listened? Yeah. Oh, Astral loves some Korean Child, that's for sure. Albedo, maybe? Okay, Albedo eats spiders, so I absolutely feel like he would bite into ice cream. I remember when the fandom first learned that Albedo ate spiders. And they were like, there's no way. Yep. He eats spiders. Oh, I played it again for those who have not heard him. I feel like one time is good enough because I feel like that will, things may occur if I play Korean Tartaglia. I'm a fan of Korean Tartaglia now. I wonder if it's actually down or if it's as you should be. See, it's so funny. Every time I play like Korean Tartaglia, Okay, so it is down more. I will be streaming more for the next like 2 weeks. Oh, here it is. I'll be streaming more in the next few weeks so I can get follower emotes or like unlocked. Because I would love for you guys to be able to just, you know,
전부 다
have
보인다고?
more emotes to like use. And on the topic of Korean Tartaglia, I just feel it's necessary to have a bonk emote, you know? So whenever we listen to it, I will just spam bonk Venti. Okay, well I'm just gonna have to take out a
마세요.
like fire character. So this would be a very long fight if otherwise.
손에 손잡고
칭령, 주술, 칭령.
방해하지 마세요.
Kiri, please. Okay, no, like we're all friends here. We're all comfy. Like it's completely fine. I'm just saying. I also just wanted a bonk emote too because, like, you know, it is what it is. Emote for Korean Tartar. Okay, it's going to be a general bonk emote. It won't be just because of Tartaglia.
내가 나설
I can't believe my first, like, the bonk emote on this channel will be because of Tartaglia. That's actually so funny.
럭키.
Actually, yes, because I don't want virgin person. An emote for bonky when we simp for Korean. I mean, the bonk is universal though. Like, bonk can be used for so many different things. Yes, Mute. This is a very Christian, like, kids bop stream. We will not speak of such devilries here. This is a pure, filtered stream where we do not discuss such topic. Smile.
좋아, 모처럼 네가 나.
So wholesome and enlightening. Yes. So wholesome and enlightening. Here we cleanse all the dirty thoughts about certain characters from our minds. The unagi! I need to collect more unagi because I don't have like any at all.
주술, 칭령, 율령.
I don't remember being in this area. Perhaps. Tartaglia with a knife because I think you mentioned some time ago that he sounds like a murderer. Oh, he does. Like when I load into the Golden House, which is rarely, but occasionally I do on stream, he sounds like he is. I mean, it's fitting because I mean he was like, I want to fight the Traveler. That is the most unhinged of Tartaglia I usually hear. Though to be fair, when his voice is even more distorted, it's like, okay, so you're just full blown at this point. You're home? Oh my goodness. So noctynue, you will not guess who we're talking about. You absolutely will. Because I was talking about how I want to have follower emotes. And I'll be streaming quite a bit more so that I can you know, get them. And I'm going to have a bonk emote. A universal bonk emote. Oh my gosh, you knew! Yes, we were talking about Tartaglia because I showed a few Golden House Korean Tartaglia.
전부 다 보인다고?
Oh wait, no, I don't want to eat
별이여,
electricity.
감비마소서. 별의 가호.
Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Yeah, he even says it in Korean. He even growls too when he says it. He's like, this will be a fine fight between two rivals. We're like, alright, Tartar. Well, Purple was mean to D-Luke earlier, I know. Okay, well, Purple is a butt face for that because we love D-Luke here. I do want D-Luke and Tartaglia to meet, that being said. Oh, that's another thing. Which one of his voice line? Hold on. Like, I'm never gonna get these, which will bother me. But like, he talks about how he wants to just wait, where is it?
시간이 참 빠르군. 언젠가 너에게 세계를 정복하고 신의 왕좌를 짓밟는 모습을 보여주겠어. 그러니까 절대 그 전에 쓰러지면 안 돼, 친구.
Like, you want to talk about how he just says he wants to conquer the world and crush thrones of the gods beneath his heel? Do we have any thoughts here? Though realistically, I think this is just high in part due to the abyssal, like, I shouldn't say abyssal addiction, but we know that the abyss changes people. When they fall into the abyss, the abyss has a hold on some people and it becomes like an addiction, a source for them, and it warps their personality. It warps who they are as a person, either mentally, obviously, or physically. So chat sub or follower goal Kiryu 90s that is so cursed. Absolutely not. A sub goal to level Tartaglia. He has to stay level 2 until the very end of the game.
친구, 절대 잊지 마. 싸움을 할 때 절대 불타오른다와 같은 바보 같은 말로 자신을 몰아붙이지 마. 불타고 난 뒤에 남는 건 결국 잿더미뿐이니까 어떻게 해서든 꼭 살아남아야 해.
He's so determined for the traveler to wait, to never fall, which is so funny to me.
그는 다른 나이대 자신의 일부를 사이보그로 만들어 각기 다른 임무를 맡기다고 해. 내 동료들은 모두 정상이 아닌 것 같아. 생각해봤는데 만일 어느 날 내가 내 사이보그를 만난다면 둘 중 누가 살아남을 자격이 있는지 결판을 내야겠지?
Like, you have the different versions, like, you see the different sides of him where he's, you know, just silly little guy. But then you see here where he refers to the different segments of Dottore as prostheses. Yet Tartaglia is like, oh, if there was another version of myself, we would fight to the death.
그는 우인단 최초의 집행관이자 오늘날 집행관들의 리더야. 주로 중요한 자리에서만 모습을 드러내지. 그의 업적은 솔직히 관심 없어. 내 중심은 오로지 여왕님을 위한 거니까.
Honestly, I appreciate this. At the end of the day, Tartaglia's loyalty, his alliance is with the Tsaritsa and the Tsaritsa alone. He does not care about anyone else in the, like, harbingers, really. And I appreciate that aspect of it. Because he will do whatever it takes to get stronger, and guarding what he will do to obtain more power. But he also, as we are aware and see, he will never forsake his alliance with the Tsaritsa, which is interesting because now I'm curious because, you know, the Harbingers know her goal, her wish. I wish we
우인단 집행관 순위는 실력으로 정하는 건데 어째서 그 여자아이가 3위인지 이해할 수 없어. 기회가 된다면 내 앞 순번 집행관들과 전부 붙어보고 싶은데 그 애는 좀 꺼려진다랄까. 어쨌든 너도 조심하는 게 좋을 거야.
I love how he says you should be careful around Damsel. He says you should be careful around her. Oh my goodness. I am reading chat. The bonk emote cannot come quick enough. You guys good over there? I mean, though, to be fair, I mean, I feel the exact same regarding certain, like, characters, but it's still so funny.
난 꿍꿍이가 있는 사람이 싫지 않아. 어쨌든 나도 더 많은 전투를 원해서 우인단의 일원이 됐으니까. 하지만 그 사람은 싫어. 배신으로 이익을 얻을 수 있다면 가차없이 여왕님께 검을 휘두를 사람이거든. 그녀의 눈엔 광기뿐이야.
Also love how you're talking about Child in the Abyss and chat is just talking about D-Luke. Yeah. I've just accepted that everyone's in their own little world, so it's completely fine. Kiryu's very strong not to level up Tartaglia. I don't know if it's like very strong, more so him buttface, so he will not get any resources. Our thirst is never quenched. D-Luke always comes into conversations. Ah, yes.
그는 신의 심장을 가진 후로 우리와 연락이 끊겼어. 그래서 그 심장을 회수하는 작전이 있었던 거지. 난 여기저기 돌아다니는 것을 개의치 않거든. 어쩌면 어디선가 너와 우연히 만나게 될지도 모르고.
This voice line's so funny to me because I remember during the Labyrinth event, he even mentions the Balladeer has the Gnosis, but we'll like, I believe it was quote unquote, we'll let him run around with it for a while longer, which is just, it just comes back to they knew what was going to happen and that Tsaritsa was going to get it in the end anyway, which makes me happy because I remember writing a thread about it, how regardless of what happens, she is going to get it, whether it's at the cost of the Balladeer or not.
이곳의 하늘과 고향의 하늘은 연결돼 있어. 고개를 들어 눈처럼 새하얀 달빛을 볼 때면 고향에 있는 사람들도 같은 달을 보고 있을 거라는 생각이 들어. 동생들은 뛰어난 전사가 됐으려나.
I noticed your YouTube icon. Are you planning on making videos too? Yes, in fact. I'm currently working on 2 scripts for 2 videos regarding Genshin Impact lore. I don't want to reveal too much right now, but I am very excited because I think it can also be easier for people who maybe perhaps don't have time to read threads or even want to really go into stream because Twitch isn't for them. I think it's going to be a fun project for me, and I'll be learning how to edit and things like that. So, yep. I must go lurking mode. Hopefully I'll be back soon. But either way, I hope everyone has a fun time. Think of D-Luke. All right, Astral. I hope you have a great lurk. Like for once, like I'm talking about Tartaglia and everyone's talking about D-Luke. That's so funny.
고민거리라. 너와 동행할 땐 항상 강한 적들을 만나게 되니 그런 시시한 일들을 생각할 겨를이 없어.
I forget how straightforward Tartaglia is. Like, I wish that were me. Like, he literally says, I'm too busy to be bothered by things. Like, that, I wish. I wish, honestly. This is horrifying. I'm going to be getting his name card soon. That already just says so much. I don't want to think about that. Now I'm curious about Korean I'll Hate Them. Oh. I can play for you Korean I'll Hate Them. I played it once for friends and I had to like pause for a second just because you know, it was an experience as to how some people were experiencing things here and that. Do you think we'll get a nation story where we actually get the no-seas and the Fatui didn't win regardless? So I want to say yes, just because I want to say yes because I want a nation to be able to hold on to their no-seas. But as it so currently is being presented, that Tsaritsa is going to get the no-seas in one way or another, whether diplomatically or forcefully. That being said, I would like to really see an Archon that doesn't surrender their Gnosis. But at the same time, we've learned that the heavenly like the Gnosis are directly related to the heavenly principles. Like the Gnosis themselves are the Grim Reaper 6969. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. I heard Korean. I'll hate them. My club meeting can wait. Okay. Your university class is more important than sipping over this fictional character, Astral. Please. But I think in the event that an Archon does keep their Gnosis, I think it'd be more dangerous, to be honest. Because if they, obviously this is just speculation and very far away, but like, I think it would be even, because the Tsaritsa's going to continuously try to get it. Unless it's a sense of like, oh, this Archon cannot be dealt with, and the Tsaritsa's not gonna bother. But Korean, I'll hate them. I think there's an easier, there's a conversation for this that's like, was it? There is so much text that my game is just like exploding. I guess I'll just do a toast to victory then. I gotta go, bye-bye. Well, thank you so much for sticking around, lurking, and I hope you had a really good time. Actually, I could just go to the first Sumeru quest. Oh my goodness. Like, the game, there's so much information that the game is just taking a minute. But no, please. Oh my gosh, I think. Yeah, my game literally was like freezing. There's so much information. And Sumeru, oh my gosh. Nope. Nope. I'll just go to the last one, because I think my game's going to explode if I try to go through all of these just because of the amount of text that is in it. All right, I'll hate them. Where are you? I love the huge talk to all hate them.
너희군 무슨 일이지?
닐루를 대신해서 왔는데 닐루가 보낸 편지 못 받았어?
Like, I literally can just...
그 편지를 아카데미아의 아라이탐에게 보냈다면 아마도 지금쯤 내 사무실에 가 있겠군. 요 며칠 너무 바빠서 말이야. 사무실에 편지 확인하러 가지도 못하고 있어. 지금은 쉬는 시간이라 개인적인 일을 보는 중이고.
Yeah.
그 사람들에게 있어서 그만하면 이미 최선의 결말이지. 6대 현자 중 4명이 욕망에 빠져 신을 창조하겠다고 이성이 멀쩡한 남은 2 현자를 감금하기까지 했어. 이런 행위는 솔직히 평가조차 하기 싫어.
그러게, 정말 오랜만에 들어본다 그 이름.
Yeah, so...
처음 아카데미아가 설립될 때 풀의 신이 직접 6대 학부를 만들었다고 해. 지혜의 6가지 다른 성향을 대표하도록 말이야. 그 후에 무수한 학파가 생겼다가 또 사라지기도 했지만 6대 학파는 6대 학부에 기대 오랜 시간 시련을 이겨내며 아카데미아의 영구히 자리하게 됐어. 지금의 6대 학파는 6대 학부와 거의 동일한 뜻으로 쓰이고 6 현자는 이 6대 학부에서 선발된 최고 지도자인 거지. 6 현자 중에 핵심 지도자가 대현자인 거고.
그럼 남은 내 학부는 관리하는 사람이 없는 거야? 새로 사람을 뽑나?
그래, 일반적으로는 규정에 따라 새로운 현자를 선택해야 하지.
There you go. I will now turn back on the music. I should have turned it off before, but like I felt it was fine. But yeah, that's I'll hate them anyway. OMG, OMG, I'll swoon. Oh. Yeah, I've seen the multi-language compilation of his Oscar-winning roles. I've also like the different versions of him yelling Azar's name and jumping and like falling on the desk. Like, yeah, my game would probably explode if I tried to find it even. But I don't know what to feel, but 100 out of 10. JP all hot. Oh yeah. So, but I feel like everyone's familiar with like JP. I'll hate them though. I think JP. I'll hate them is my. I like all of his. I would say yeah, JP. I'll hate them because I love Umehara, but I feel like that's not fair. But Korean I'll hate them is really nice because I played the language in JP. You ever think Hatham could dub himself in other languages? What do you mean by that? I think I'm just blanking, but
별의 가호 혹하니여 제 명을
I really
따르세요.
appreciate how good Genshin's VA work is getting in different languages. I agree. Okay, well this is gonna take too long.
형상을 남기리 주술 윤령 하
But yeah, I think if I played I'll hate them in not Korean, in JP, I think a few select individuals in the chat would explode, seeing as how I went from Korean Tartaglia to Korean I'll hate them. So out of respect for their mental health, I will hold off. I don't think I will be able to make it. Maybe it's because I've had like the only like I understand PM. Like I understand because whenever I hear Kenjiro Tsuda, like my pupils dilate, so like I understand. But like I'll hate them buffets. Hatham can win Oscars. Can he voice himself in other languages given he knows oh, probably. Like, canonically, All Hatham knows more than 20 languages, which is so funny. He's just, yeah, I just know 20 languages. It's just par for the course. Shoves him in a locker. I think I need to go. Korean Layla sounds like she's always singing a lullaby to sleep. Yeah, I really like that aspect to her. I think it's really, really sweet. But yeah, so I probably will also commission 1 or 2 I'll hate them emotes. It just depends. Depends on how I feel at the time.
Yeah?
Because we absolutely will have Conrian. We will have Diluc, Mona, and Layla. But we will see
칭령 윤령
about the scribe. The scribe, parentheses, derogatory. To be fair, most academia students know 20 or more languages. Yeah. Hello, Lord Keeper. Have there been any hints at the aesthetic of Fontaine? So we see with like the different Fontaine NPCs, we have... I don't want to say steampunk. I know that's like the default word I think a lot of people use. But like, I think of this NPC, I believe they are over here. Like we've seen quite a few of them. Their colors are like a deep scarlet kind of black, very with like, I think wait, is he still over here? He might be. Honestly, I wonder how Teyvat's languages work since everyone seems to understand each other with not much issues. So I think realistically, there's just one quote-unquote common Teyvat language that is taught. But I personally think with just like in our world, I think that there are multiple languages within a nation and different dialects within those languages. Like, I think about, to bring him back, like I think about Diluc. Diluc has canonically been to all of the 7 nations, and I feel like he knows multiple languages because of that, while he was on a quest to discover truth about the Fatui and his father and things like that. So So I feel like he wouldn't have just been able to go over there completely while not being aware of, you know, a nation's language kind of thing. So, oh, I thought the NPC was over here. Basically, Fontaine NPCs, they have a certain appearance, and I feel like it's going to be similar in that regard, like a theme TM. Maybe they were down here. I cannot remember. I don't think the NPC moved. Maybe thinking of a different area then. Wait, actually, I think I'm going the wrong way. That's what. I always picture it as very Howl's Moving Castle. Oh, Mika might die. Let me not do this, actually. Steampunk, Industrial Revolution, mainly France and some England, I think. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking of in terms of how they look. Like, I think a lot of their aesthetic is going to lean towards that. It's in front of the Gilded Domain. I was just trying to... Because I know there's a, like that, random encounter that usually happens there for companionship if you want to farm it, but... I'm gonna find an NPC later. But, like, they have a very, like, they have a look TM to them. I think Fontaine's common clothing is dark to mask the dusk from pollution there. Yeah, because since we learned that, Fontaine, there's, evil afoot TM. Remember that even where we crafted robot toys for our teapot? That aesthetic? Yeah. Oh, that's actually interesting. Now that I think about it, if I think about, hold on. In terms of character. So now that's actually kind of funny because now I'm thinking of like Fontaine, husbandos, and waifus. We get them in every single region, right? Like, obviously we get more characters, but like, we'll have like, you know. This is gonna be funny. I just think it's gonna be hilarious. It's like, Tartaglia is from Snezhnaya, but like in Liyue, and then you have like, it's so funny. And now we're gonna have like all Heian and Kabe for Sumeru. I think that's hilarious. You can count at least one. Maybe Italy and modern Greece too, since those are countries with a lot of water and rivers incorporated into its infrastructure. That's actually a very good point. Also, let me actually just go, because I... Oh wait, I'm in... Agro.
주술.
전부 다 보인다고.
Okay. I need to like... Let me just go to Liban before I forget. I say... But the thing is that's so interesting to me is how Liban will just... Like, I will be in Mondstadt, maybe Liyue. I will not venture anywhere else. I also love how these NPCs always have their dialogue updated per the Archon quests. The 6-star Shans have been left leaderless as a result, which has forced the weak Dendro Archon to take over. Wait, so do you mean that something terrible has happened? Terrible? No, not at all. It's wonderful news, in fact. I've heard that Lord Dottore managed to infiltrate Sumeru during the chaos and perform a great work in Tsaritsa's name with almost no effort at all. Then what about Lord Scaramouche? I've heard that he was recently seen in Sumeru as well. Lord Scaramouche? You mean the one with the famously bad temper? To be honest, I've heard that he hasn't been seen since his assignment in Inazuma. Are you suggesting that he might be related to the project in Sumeru as well? I'm not sure really, but it seems that a lot of the soldiers under his command have been transferred elsewhere. Well, you know, transfers happen all the time, so who knows if those things are related at all. Anyway, I doubt that this will take away anything from the results that Lord Dottore has gotten this time. I also think it's very important to note that you can't read their line. And I think that's exactly why, because they will give more information for our conquest. A city like Venice. So I really do think Fontaine's gonna have like a lot of water. When I think of like the map, I feel like Fontaine, excuse me, it's going to have areas where it's like there is so much water surrounding it. There will be water within it, so you'll have like a lot of fun with like boats and stuff like that. I have a wave rider. I do think they're gonna have like a lot of really cool pathways with water and stuff like that. It could be like a floating water city or something like that in the sky, but like I do think there's going to be a good amount of water there, which I really like because, you know, Hydro Archon makes sense. Hey, Lieben. Honestly, I think Fontaine is going to have a bunch of aspects of different Western Europe countries and cultures like Sumeru. Interesting. I can also see that as well. And like there's infighting in the Fatui, the misinformation too. Oh yes. We love misinformation in this game. Smile. We love misinformation, disinformation, and vague descriptions. Interesting that lower ranking Fatui don't know that Scaramouche ran away with the Gnosis. Maybe they told the lower ranks that everything was happening according to plan. I think that's very purposeful. There's so much misinformation within the Fatui, but it's more so like, because even I think of quote unquote Alfonso's situation, right? And different, like, I think of the World Quest, I can't remember the name, but you meet two NPCs from Sumeru who are trying to escape the Fatui. Like they no longer want to be a part of it, so they want to fake their deaths so that they won't be hunted, because the Fatui will find out one way or another, and they will kill you if you try to, you know, leave. TM. You know too much, TM. You cannot betray the Tsaritsa, like that kind of thing. So I think it's really interesting how you not only see within the Fatui the infighting, you see the misinformation, because obviously the Harbingers will know, but the other Fatui members are just tools. Like they're even more expendable than the Harbingers are. So information they may have, even if it's misinformation, that serves a purpose, because the more in the dark you are, the better. So honestly, it's interesting how Liyue and Inazuma are the only nations inspired by one country. Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I think, because it's like you have Mondstadt, Germany, you have Liyue, which is like Liyue, China, and then Inazuma, Japan. But I really do feel like more countries afterward, or nations, are just going to be a mesh, which has its complications with it. But the more we know about the Fatui, the less it seems like Tsaritsa's organization, more like the Tsaritsa's cult. I agree. I don't think it's necessary, because the Fatui, even before the Traveler started doing their deeds and was known throughout Teyvat, already created a name for themselves. They're known for their underhanded, shady deals, their very sketchy practices, things of that nature. So I think the more we progress and the more the Traveler journeys, we see that it really is like a cult for the Tsaritsa, because we don't even know how, because the Tsaritsa obviously has very powerful beings, just her very personal, because like military, because the Fatui are her military, but the Harbingers are like right there. So, ooh, also, I'm thinking, like, I really wonder which Harbinger is going to be the Harbinger that will, quote-unquote, betray the Tsaritsa. Because they actually wanted the power all along. That has to be brewing. It's a staple. I will be surprised if they don't. All the nations take inspiration in what I consider great in size and reach empires that existed, and that's why we have cases like Mondstadt and Sumeru, where we can't categorize them with contemporary countries, but when we look at history, things make more sense. Yes, I also agree. Yeah, because you can see different elements that are borrowed across different cultures and mythologies, religions, and nations in our world. So it's one of those things. Honestly, Arlecchino or Dottore. I feel like Dottore is honestly just kind of in it for the ride. Not in it for the ride, but like he's more interested in seeing what will happen with his many experiments and what could potentially happen. Like he loves his experiments. So, Clee the Bomber, welcome. That's so funny how, Gary, you and Yumemi have the exact same thoughts. I mean, yeah. Arlecchino or Dottore, if I had to guess. Especially Dottore, he seems to be doing whatever intrigues him, and Fatui is just a resource. Yeah, that's the thing that I love about Dottore, because like he's a part of the Fatui. He's incredibly powerful, but they're really just a resource for him. At this point, he doesn't really need, like, it's like a, I don't even really say it's a give and take, because so much of what he has attained has been benefited because he's allied with the Fatui, but at this point he doesn't really need anything. So it's just really funny. My biggest question is if the Fatui and the Commedia dell'arte parallels are going to mean something narratively. I think it may apply for some, not all, but knowing MiHoYo, it absolutely could in the end. I think it's far too early to just be like, nope. I go for Sandrone or Arlecchino. Interesting. Yeah. Like, of course, for the Fatui, I would hope that, you know, no one does betray because they truly do see, they recognize it's Tsaritsa. They ally with her goals and everything. But within that same breath, it's like, I have reservations. I hesitate. Oh, hello, Zaria. Hear you, I have a joke. What's Nahida's favorite song? It's Baby Shark. Baby Shark. Yes. Sandrone looks really timid, but the fact that she dabbles in machine research and has puppets. Really? She looks timid to you? Sandrone to me seems like that she would use someone as like a personal chair. Like she would have someone, like if she needed a footstool, like she would just use them as a footstool. Like I get that vibe from her. But maybe that's also because when I think of her, I think of like Alice from Tales of Symphonia. I want scary businessman Pantalone because English voice is J. Michael Tatum. So I've come to realize that this is just going to be the simp stream, and though to be honest, I kind of enabled that by playing Korean Tartaglia and I'll hate them. So I can't blame anyone, but I am noticing. I feel like Pantalone is one of those characters where it's like, oh, when he's upset, it's going to be a scary thing. So do you think either Capitano or Varka will die fighting the other? Okay, so that's actually really interesting. I can see both. I can see both of them dying, or I can see one of them dying. As much as, like, because I really do want Varka to be playable. I want to know about his stories. I want to know about his history, but I can easily see him not. I can see him protecting Mondstadt, or like I can see him dying to Capitano. I can. Simp stream, I like it. I can make tomorrow's stream simp stream even more. And Sandrone, look, okay, I didn't read the second half of your comment, Isabel, I apologize. Sandrone looks really timid, but the fact that she dabbles into room machines research and has puppets and close ties to Adventurers Guild just knows a lot. See, that's something that is interesting to me about her, because like we could easily presume that she has made Catherine, you know, but I also want to know the connection between like Sandrone and Dottore, because they both really love ruin machines, technology, and things of that nature. So they absolutely would have some degree of shared knowledge. The only thing this time is I don't think Dottore would be able to easily kill Sandrone. Like, I think of a Mr. Zondique killing his field partner at the Academia. So, like, when I think of Capitano and Varka, Varka gives me that I will have an honorable fight with you, Capitano. And Capitano was like, okay, and then like kills him and then be like, you foolish man, but you truly were honorable kind of thing. But even then, because when what we've learned about Capitano from Varka is like, he's very strong. He wouldn't hesitate to fight someone, but he's also not just going to fight for the sake of fighting. At the same time, that man has a lot of blood on his hands. So it's like, you know. But at the same time, when I think of Harbinger fighting an honorable death, I think of like Tartaglia and Capitano. Those are the two that come to my mind. But I hesitantly say Tartaglia because like he has foul legacy and all of that, so he would do whatever it takes to be stronger. But I also feel within that same breath, Tartaglia is not just going to fight someone. At least to my understanding of him, I don't have a PhD in Tartaglia history and lore, but I strongly feel like he just wouldn't fight someone so much weaker than him seriously if he knew that they couldn't go all out. I think Arlecchino is all about the motherland and such. She seems devoted to Tsaritsa because Tsaritsa is protecting Shinesnaya. As soon as Tsaritsa reveals her plans of no, I go against Celestia for the whole of Teyvat, Arlecchino might feel betrayed. Ooh, that's very interesting. I could easily see that too, yeah. Because what we've learned about the Knave, it's definitely, that is very par for her course. So, I want Capitano to live so he's playable. I think he may be my only shot at having a Dark Souls boss-looking playable character. Oh, absolutely, Gary. I need him to live because I need to live through Dark Souls through him. That's what, like, I can see him dying, but I don't want him to because he is giving Abyss Watcher. He is giving Artorias. He is giving, like, I need my Dark Souls man in this game. So, yes, Viv is the Tartaglia expert. I don't know, but I imagine Capitano like a man with sad past, but polite like certain Bowkeeper. See, I feel like Capitano has like a lot of blood on his hands and he knows what he's done, but it's more so like just Capitano headcanon hours. I really do feel like he's a character who, I don't know, maybe it's just, I just feel like he's not going to be as cold-hearted and brutal and like maybe malicious as people may presume his design to be. Obviously, he's a very rough, jaded character around the edges, but I feel like there's more to that. But then I think of like his parallels, like potential like Bloodstained Knight energy. So I feel like there could be something there. And again, it's not necessarily removing what he has done or what he continues to do, but he gives me man who is very honorable to certain degrees. So, you know. Both Xiao and Tartaglia are gonna die saving the Traveler. I don't agree with Xiao. I can see Tartaglia taking like a mortal wound for the Traveler though. I also can easily see him doing that to protect his family or other people, given the circumstance. So. Yeah, I really do think that that's there. Because, like, regardless of, you know, how you personally feel about Tartaglia, he is guy in anime who becomes, like, anti-hero, like he's already in that funky spot where he's, like, he has this warped view of friendship, but he regards the Traveler highly because, like, they are incredibly powerful, even though the Traveler is rightfully weary about him. And he is multifaceted, but he really gives me, he would not hesitate to, like, lay down his life if he absolutely needed to. He obviously would avoid it, but I also think that if he felt what he was doing was right, and if that involved saving the Traveler, we would see. Because we just know he is very, like, he wants to get stronger, has a craving for power, and allies with the Tsaritsa and the Tsaritsa alone. So, you know, we'll see. Headcanon hours, Capitano losing wife and children in war, then chose the wrong path with the Fatui. Oh, it's so funny you mentioned that, Mew, because I'm like, oh, that's Piero. That's giving me Piero so much. I feel Piero lost his wife, his children, and, like, his newborn, and he is with the Tsaritsa. Like, I get that so much from Piero. Tartaglia is that trope where he acts like he's all fine and dandy when he's with people he cares about, but the moment he's from their sight, he reveals that he's gravely wounded and on death's doors. Yes. When you make a promise, you gotta keep it. Tartaglia wants to die in a blaze of glory as a warrior in battle. Yeah, he absolutely does. Tartaglia is being set up as super loyal to Tsaritsa too, but will have a big choice when the Fatui endanger his family. Well, that's the thing. That's what we're gonna see. Like, if, like, the Tsaritsa were to be like, Tartaglia, you need to, like, kill your family, which I highly doubt she would even care about, but, like, if it was that situation, we would be like, what would he choose? Also, welcome back. You know, so, but Piero and Capitano both give, like, that kind of vibe, but also I see Capitano as, like, losing his found family that he's created over the years, and, like, maybe his, like, younger sister or brother or something, and, like, he, like, I'm just coming up because, like, I love Capitano, I love his design, so I'm just excited to see what they have for him. Piero, I miss my wife, Traveler. I miss her a lot. Traveler, I know Piero. I'm sad. We know Piero. Piero and Dainsleep just check off so many boxes together. Oh my god, Piero trying to revive his family with the Conrian revival stop the sad headcanons. Okay, I didn't go that far. I'm not sure if Piero would be like, hey, Rindo tier, I know you make humans, remake my family. I don't know if he's going down that right. Xiao might not. To be honest, I think the Chasm quest was all about making Xiao realize that he doesn't try sacrificing himself. Yeah, I agree. Because Xiao's arc is still continuing, just like how Wanderer's arc is still going. Like, they have to come to terms with who they are now, what they have done, and what they will continue to do. So yeah, I just think someone... Man, Piero. I have been thinking a lot about Piero recently. I do think it's really funny how people just call Piero Kaya's father. I will always scream about that man if I can, because that's why I'm excited for 3.3. We get Piero lore. I get my Conria lore. You'll say like 3 words.
버틸 수가 없어요.
I want Kaya, Piero, and Dainsleep to have a stone paper scissors competition. That'd be such an awkward conversation. Give me my bow keeper. I want my bow keeper back. I'm pretty sure all of these chests are gonna be underground.
윤력, 칭령. 윤력, 고요한 외정. 방해하지 마세요. 별이여, 강림하소서. 칭령, 윤력.
Also, welcome back again, noctynue. We listened to I'll Hate Them in Korean. And soon a bonk emote will exist.
주술.
손에 손잡고.
I do appreciate though how with every stream, if it is like, you know, the simping part of the stream, Diluc is included. Imagine Kaya sees Piro and is like, hey Gramps. I think that would be so funny. He'd be like, ah, hey, you're that old sinner. Because like the moment, because that's the thing, the moment Kaya calls someone old man, we're gonna lose it. I know I'm gonna lose it.
칭령. 차가운 별.
For a moment, I almost thought you said bow keeper. Absolutely not. No, bow keeper. I'll just say Dainsleif, because I never want people to think that. Oh god, no. Speaking of the blue man, I wonder if he had a wife or someone he loved and that person became a hilichurl. So the thing is, I wonder about, because like Dainsleif, again, to me, like Dainsleif gives like found family. I do think that he had really important people in his life, but I don't know if it'll be like, you know how like certain characters, they will purposefully have them as like ambiguous in terms of like love and all of that. I feel like he'll be one of those cases. But Piro gives me just like entire family, like his wife and all of that kind of thing. Yuiyu, I love Diwook. I know, Mariel. I know you love Diwook. We all love Diwook. I was gonna be like, wow, you're still alive and kicking apparently. I'm impressed. Exactly. I literally think the exact same way. He's really gonna be like, you're still around. And he'll be like, oh, yep, I'm still here. In almost all streams, there's at least uwu talk or simping talk. I mean, I don't think it would be a stream, like my stream, if it wasn't. Because like, I open the floodgates the moment I start talking about Dainsleif, which is every stream, so. Oh, that's so rude.
주술.
칭령. 윤력.
I don't like that these things drop raw meat. I just don't like that. Sorry for mentioning the MCU, but Piro gives me Infinity War Thanos vibes. He lost everything he had and he's set on a path with nothing else to lose. It's so funny you mentioned that,
주술.
because I was quietly thinking that, and I was like, let me not bring the MCU into this. But he gives me that. He really does. He's like, I have nothing to lose, so now. Don't forget about the counter, guys. Hey, I have it in the stream title too. So, feeding the Dainsleif stands with some fandom food. I mean, I have so many Dainsleif headcanons. I really wish I could draw, because I would draw so much Dainsleif fan art. We will be starved for quite a number of years. Well, it'll be like another, what, 4 months or so until we get like our quest with him. So that's why I am thinking TM. I already got that. So yes, I do think that he's going to, at least Piro. Piro is tragic, man, but respectfully, that's not saying much. If you're from Conria, you absolutely have a tragic, there's some form of tragedy and red flag with you. It just comes with the nationality in this game. I feel like the next Dainsleif quest is going to make me even more emotional. Also, oh my goodness, there's a Sealy here. Our annual Dainsleif appearance. Listen, I get to see he comes home from war once a year, so I'm going to take that. He comes from being at war with the like recording booth. I thought that enemy over there was like a whole chest. I don't know why. And Kiryu gets just a little emotional seeing him. Just a little bit. It's not a lot, but it's a little bit.
주술.
재밌는 물건이라도 있어?
There's something else over here. Apparently not. Kiryu only getting to see their husband once a year sounds like pain. Yes, that's why. See, because I love Zhongli and Dainsleif both. I only see either of them, you know, every so often. But I mean, I will always be happy that Zhongli is so popular that he has so much content, and how much relevance he has to the lore is really nice. Both of them, actually. I thought you said he comes home from work once a year. Oh my gosh. Yes, his work of fighting the abyss.
주술.
I only see him once a year. Really feels like the general Archon quest nudged the story slightly, and then the Dainsleif quest feels like an aggressive push moving the story forward. It's like, oh, we've solved this political thing happening in this country. Let's go. And then you're like, oh, hi, Dainsleif. And then you just learn about like the most groundbreaking discovery about Conria, and then we also learn like some extra information about his curse and how the traveler's sibling did X and X and the futility of the, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, okay, Dainsleif, I guess we'll just wait 1 year for that, because that, you know, kind of makes sense. Like, hey, Dainsleif, have you like rested since the last time we saw you? Did you sleep? And he's like, no, I don't sleep. I just dream of dreaming. I'm like, okay, never mind. You have fun over there. Lore Firecracker versus Lore Nuke. Yeah. Because, like, for all we know, we can see Dainsleif return at some point in the, like, the next quest we have with him. He'll be flying through a portal, and, like, the Abyss sibling walks out, and they just, like, had a fight or something. Like, it could start off like that. And that's already so much more interesting for people, unfortunately, than the actual other nation Archon quests. Not at all worrying Muriel at all. Wait, what? What am I missing? Hi. Also, hello, Dash. I don't know if this has been asked already, but do you think we'll see Dainsleif before we go to Fontaine? I feel like he'll be able to provide more info on all the things Nahida mentioned. I do think that we will see him before we go to Fontaine. I think, yeah, I really do think we're going to see him before we reach Fontaine. It's just a matter of, I think we would have to see him in like either Inazuma, and then when we, at some point, we'll have a quest with him, perhaps in Sumeru, or maybe they will just remove that. Dainsleif is Genshin's Mariah Carey. Like, yeah, because like, technically, Albedo no longer is that, because we've seen Albedo, I feel like 50 times this year. Even though I'm obviously just being dramatic. We've seen him like, what, 2 or 3 times this year? What does that mean? Also, welcome, Holy Cow. How are you? I love how all of my friends, everyone here, every time they may join stream, at any point, it's just me talking about Dainsleif. No matter what. Even if I've been talking about other things. But hey. Because, like, I imagine we'll see him in Inazuma this year. Well, I say this year, but in, like, March or April or something. I know Mariah Carey has, like, the seasonal song, but she's like one of the best-selling artists in all time. Oh, holy cow, no. So what we're referring to is how like certain characters we only see once a year or very rarely. So people refer to Albedo or Dainsleif as the Mariah Carey of Genshin because when that time comes, TM. It's not true. We've been talking about the entire stream. Listen, I promise I have more than just one personality trait of talking about him. And by talking about him, it's me complaining that I don't see him. I promise. There's more there. And to be fair, I feel like I don't talk about him nearly as much on stream than I do with my friends. They'll be minding their own business, and then I'll be like, I miss Dainsleif, and then they'll just be quiet because they have heard this maybe hundreds of thousands of times already. They just nod and say, okay, Kiryu. And they just don't say anything anymore. This is true. Imagine Dane singing Zenbone Sakura. Goodness. I mean, okay. So the thing is with Dainsleif, and here's, I'm sure for people who are familiar with Seiyu and things like that, a lot of, especially for JP, a lot of Seiyu are in many, many titles in many different video games. Tsudaken is one of them. I actually discovered him when like years ago when I was really deep into like otome games and stuff. And he played my favorite character from like the Hakuoki Ada Blossoms like franchise. And a lot of voice actors that are in the Genshin, just the cast, are in quite a few like dating sim-esque like romance like anime and stuff. And it's really funny. I was drifting in and out to the stream and I hear Piero, Dainsleif, and Conrad every time I came back, so I think I need to rewatch later to find out what I missed. Okay, me show you. Well, I hope you have a really pleasant evening. I promise it's 40 minutes of me just being, it's the same thing. But you have a great evening and thank you for hanging out. Hold on. Will you main sleeve Dainsleif, or will you think he's too lame sleeve after you do talk to him a lot? If you don't C6 him, it'd be a shame sleeve. So legally, I am obligated and will get him C6. R5 is questionable just because I don't like the weapon banner. But, you know, Chikage Kasama, yeah, he literally is like, you are now my wife. And you're just like, what? I was like, excuse you, sir. But yeah, and like other otome he's been in. Shame sleeve, I mean the shame corner, we'll just call that the shame sleeve corner. Me with Scara, my sis usually gets the brunt of it all. At some point she just zoned. Well, that's the thing, like I am really grateful because like realistically, like I know I joke a lot and I do talk about him a lot, but I promise, like, you know, if I'm going to the store or something, I'm not going to talk to the cashier about Dainsleif. Like, it's not going to be that serious. But with like friends and like in close quarters and stuff, I just love talking about different characters. Just in this game, unfortunately, I think I just subconsciously make everything about him because I want to learn about Conria, and I will learn a good amount of Conria through him, and by extension, Reindotir and Piero. Like, I love my Conrians, therefore. So, yeah, I will be C6ing him day one, and I will be getting his weapon. So, I will have my Dainsleif funds ready by then. But it's like a really nice kind of, it's like a comfortable environment. Like if you guys ever want to talk about a character you really like, feel free. Like, you know, I'll do my best to like engage and stuff. Obviously, if it's like a Genshin character, I'll be able to talk to you about them a bit more, but I feel like everyone has their faves. It's a matter of how much you talk about them. Like noctynue, some days would be like, I want to talk about Diluc, and we just talk about Diluc. For like hours. Like, you know, Astral, Loves Diluc too and Ayato, just like Nishoyu does, so...
윤령.
Wait, so if Rhindotier is Rhindotier, do we know anything about Rhine? See, that's the question. Do we?
칭령.
주술.
칭령.
Maybe Rhine was like the original... Actually, no. Let me not make so many... Let me just not say that. What in the world's going on? Oh. I forgot this enemy was over here. Venti Impact? So, because I'm curious if Rhine, like, was Rhine perhaps... So, when I think about the Genshin characters, especially ones that have really long-standing lore, like their key figures, I feel like it's going to be a situation where it's like, X was actually the secret child of X, and it just it just domino dilutes. What? No, Diluc. Wait, what happened? Oh, I missed that message. Speaking of him, I can't wait for Diluc to play a role in the endgame. Diluc is gonna hook the Traveler up with so much information because we're friends, canonically. Smile. Speaking of, I want to go to the winery and just be like, can I have a dinner with Diluc right now? Is he home? Like, we literally can, at any moment, he said, if you want to come by for dinner, like, let me use that. I want Diluc to go to Snezhnaya with us. I do too, Mishoyu. I want him, that's so funny that Diluc, it's like, oh, Diluc is barred from Snezhnaya. No, we'll get him in. We'll get him in Snezhnaya one way or another. Because realistically, the biggest threat in all of Teyvat right now is the Traveler. Whether it's known or Descenders in general. So that's why I think it's really funny, the idea that the Traveler's gonna go to Snezhnaya as if the whole friendship team is not going to be there. Like, Diluc has shmoney, so he's gonna be able to get in one way or another. I do think it'd be funny if, like, Diluc and Pantalone had some interaction there. I don't know why, but I just think there's, you know, persona non grata. Diluc is very blushes. Oh, you very peepo shy about Diluc being a wanted man? He is Batman after all. And like, respectfully, you know, would he be Diluc, the Diluc Ragnabinder, if he wasn't, you know, making some form of dramatic entrance, being dramatic? Honestly, I have to hand Diluc that, because he was, when he was younger, he really said, I'm going to find out the cause of my father's death. It was the Fatui. I'm going to destroy the Fatui. Oh wait, I'm too young and foolish. And then woke up, realized he needs to have a different approach, was saved from a secret society, now leads a quote-unquote double life, and is just, you know, I think people forget just the amount, like, this is the wealthiest man in all of Mondstadt. Let's just talk about how the Traveler has him as an ally. I think that's just really cool. Like, obviously Ning Wang exists and she is the top, like, she is the OG, like, she is the wealthiest person in all of Teyvat. But like, the amount of information that Diluc knows and the amount of assistance he is willing to give the Traveler and the information the Traveler could give him, chef's kiss. Like, Diluc, Yelan, Snezhnaya. I can't wait for that arc. I really can't. Besides, dreamily so attractive. Diluc and Tartaglia are going to collab because of the Traveler, them bickering who will be the better Snezhnayan tour guide. I like the idea of Diluc having to reluctantly actually have to work with a Harbinger to achieve his goals. That skin is so sick. It should have been his default. Oh, see, it's so funny. I think 99% of Diluc players, if not 100% of Diluc players, don't quote me on this statistic because I'm completely making it up. At least to me, every person who has gotten this skin has not taken it off. Like, I'm so sorry. Allow me to just be really giddy for a second. Like, I love Diluc, like, the blueprint. I'm so sorry. Like, I do like, though, actually, Gary, that's one thing I love about the Traveler. The Traveler doesn't really want to ever ask anyone for help. Even if they really should. Just because they are incredibly independent and probably have their own internal things going on. They don't want to constantly rely on people. But it makes me happy because characters like D-Luke even acknowledge that. Because they're both very independent. But even D-Luke is slowly learning, like, you can't only rely on yourself all the time. You need to ask for help, as difficult as it is. I miss his floofy coat and his OG skin. I honestly kinda I feel like this is so comfortable. Like, I feel like it's super heavy, but I feel like obviously he's able to just wear it whatever because he's ripped, but like I feel like this would be super comfy. Oh my god, Istarov, that's so funny. I want him to put that coat on me, uwu. I mean, he absolutely would. Because when we boyfriend jacket, yes, husband jacket. I say boyfriend, but like material, D-Luke is husband material. You will have some baggage, but like he's fine. Cause like when you think like, okay, this jacket I feel honestly would be really heavy. The amount of chains that's on this. And the fact that he's like, oh, one of the outfits D-Luke wearing during his covert actions, which is so, this man said, I'm gonna do something stealth. I'm gonna wear this. It resembles a flame dancing in the shadows. The crimson red traces it leaves behind at the edges of the enemy's vision will scar their nightmares forever. Like the scars on his back. Yep. And then reading this and then crying. That D-Wook. When the skin was released, I wanted to get it so badly, so it's readily available when I finally get D-Luke, but I still don't have D-Luke to this day. I am praying you get D-Luke Dash. I really do. Who made that outfit himself? I would believe it. Oh, funny story, you say that. So who wants to be sad? Do you want me to read it? Do you want to be sad, guys? D-Luke the type of husband to deal with all of your problems when you're sleeping? He absolutely is. If you're having an issue, like, D-Luke is a type of character, like type of husband where you'd be like, okay, well, I have like this slight issue, and then obviously he's not gonna like demand you say anything. But if you were to go on about it or say something, he'd just, you know, listen, and then you'd like go to sleep like stressed, and by the time you woke up, everything is fine. Nothing else is an issue. And you'd be like, what did you do? And then he'd just like drink coffee or something and then leave. Let's cry, guys. No. Oh, okay. So I have one yes, I have one no. Do I have to provide D-Wook simp art now? Kiryu, where's my simp art showcase for the nice people in chat? I mean, I'm just trying to read about D-Luke. Reminder that D-Luke is always happy to treat Traveler to dinner, Kaya included. Yeah, D-Luke is a very sweet. Do I want to know what this is about? Why the ooh hours have turned to angst? I mean, this isn't... Okay. This is retroactive angst. This isn't like current angst. So I'll just read it really quickly. As the eldest son of the Ragnavinder clan and the youngest cavalry captain in the history of the Knights of Favonius, much was always expected of D-Luke, who grew up surrounded by plaudits and applause. Even the carefree knight of Boreas, Varka, praised him, calling him the pride of the knights. This was a matter of great comfort to his father, Crapus, who hoped that D-Luke would be more successful than him. Not only would he bring Dawn to Mondstadt as a member of the Ragnavinder clan, but he would also become an excellent knight of Favonius, standing at the apex of the crowd, inheriting and passing its noble traditions down. This expectation would bleed into their conversations, into training, and into every little detail of life, with the proud father even having a ceremonial uniform tailored for D-Luke well in advance. Yet for Diluc, his father's praises and his life as a knight were extinguished forever on that gloomy, rainy night, and the ceremonial garment thus lost its purpose. Many years later, the tragedy and the uproar had finally stabilized. Returning home, Diluc began his journey of reckoning. This was not merely for his father's sake, but also on account of the convictions he had suffered much to gain. He would protect Mondstadt in his own way. The ceremonial uniform of yesteryear was modified to serve as new cladding for battle. The fabric itself was familiar, yet had the feeling of long separation, and Diluc privately treasured it. That's my boy. Looking upon the gem around his neck that reflected his hair, he recalled his father saying that. On silent nights, the edge hidden under the velvet glove of the noble princeling will be unsheathed to counter any threat. And wherever the blade passed, wherever the claymore's arc flashed, raging flames would arise and burn the hidden nest of villainy to the ground. By the time the name of the Dark Knight hero had become well known to the people of Mondstadt, the red so striking that it might sear the eyes had long become a thing of awe and terror to monsters and crooks alike. The true dawn has yet to come. Contrary to his father's expectations, Diluc knew that he must instead be a forerunner. That's my boy, don't do this to me. Free Fatui trauma, Diluc. But this entire outfit, before modified, was made for Diluc by his father. That's my boy. Ugly crying. Don't cry. Diluc wouldn't want you to cry. He's cried for you. He's had a very difficult time, but it will be okay. Was made for Diluc by his dad? Yes. Through the door. Let me... Yeah. So for those who didn't know, Diluc's outfit was made by Krapus. He later modified it, but it was originally made for him. And he hasn't worn it in a very long time, but he keeps it. And a Diluc appeared just now. Yes. His vision is inside his vest, isn't it? Oh, I wonder. Smile. Also, I'm putting these two because I need a Snezhnaya arc with them. I really do. I need a Snezhnaya arc between Yelan and Diluc. Head and hands. Diluc time. Also, hi, I'm back from my meeting. I'm so happy Diluc summoned you, Astral, because I just got finished reading his skin description. Hear you? What's wrong? What's wrong, Noctynue?
미리 준비해서 상대보다 먼저 공격하자고.
We must VC right now. Okay. Okay. Oh my goodness. I love how after that really sad description, it's just like Sealy. Sealy will be your friend. Let me VC so Mario will be okay. Okay. I am in VC. Also, what in the world is my game doing? Oh my goodness. Bearson X, welcome. We are in sad hours. No, it's not gonna be sad hours. Okay, like it's very, it's emotional because you have Diluc's skin was created by his father and he wears it in his honor. And it's been a while since he has worn it since the modifications, but Diluc voice. Oh yeah, Diluc in Korean. But
Very nice.
but Diluc is he's a good fiend. Like I know
모든 행동에는 위험이 뒤따르는 법. 반드시 조심해야
I know the constant joke is like, haha, he has like daddy issues, but all things considered, Diluc is fine. He's quite literally had that arc of grieving and maturing and realizing why he can't go down that path if he wants to protect Mondstadt. and grow himself. Sob, I come back not to simp hours, but sad hours. It is no longer, it's not angst hours. You got, okay, me reading about his sad description is not all that there is. Like, look at him. He looks really nice. He looks really nice. Like, you know, look at him go.
Yes, Diluc had his issues before, but he's okay now. He's okay. He's recovering slowly but surely. Good for him.
숫자가 괜찮게 나왔네.
I remember when
그럼
that
오늘도
lore came out, and
계속해서
then
땡땡이나
Kiryu and I
쳐볼 거야.
read it at
일은
like
컨디션이
around the
좋은
same-ish
날에
time,
한꺼번에
and I was just
해치우자고.
like, Kiryu, did you read the description? And she's like, yes, it's
Us both crying. He has daddy issues, but recovering. I also like, he's like, honestly, see, I say he's fine. I know like a lot of people have baggage in that regard, but it's like, he's slowly recovering. He will be okay. And if anything, I think it's like the fandom has not moved on that his father has passed, but Diluc has. Not even a Diluc can save this atmosphere anymore. Why is everyone sad? It's okay. Diluc is here. Okay, I know Diluc stands in my chat are not crying when I have a full Conrian man who's going to bite the dust in like 3 years. You guys, you have bountiful lands. You have a really... I know, you guys have so much hope here. I have Dane sleep. Y'all cannot be sad.
look at this even sadder man. Kaya. Hello, brother.
Not even a D can save this atmosphere. He's so heavily mischaracterized. Unfortunately, it's just one of those situations where a lot of people, like, just have one trait of the character. Because I honestly think Kaya's sadder than Diluc is. But that's just me. Dane Sleep will not remain Sleep alive. You know what? I'm about to, you know what? Wow, this is really a nice desert. Look at all of this sand. It's so pretty.
조급해할 것 없어.
Yeah, literally when I think about Dane Sleep, another like bites it just plays. Like when I think, all of my favorite characters are Conrians, and all of them are quite literally gonna bite the dust, no pun intended. Like it's going to be that situation where it's like, if Kaya dies, like another one, thank you. Rhinotear dies, another one, thank you. Dane Sleep dies, another one, thank you. Piero dies, another one, thank you. All of my, like, so many favorite characters I have are Conrian, and it's just going to be another one, thank you.
Oh, there she is.
얽혀들어라.
Yeah, guys, remember at the end of the months that just had? And Diluc and Kaya's dad.
See,
Who else cried in that moment? Because I did.
no, if we really wanted to be sad, I would read Alice's letter to Diluc and his correspondence. If we actually wanted angst sad hours, guys, I would read that. But that's why reading his description, while it does have a sense of somberness to it, I don't think it's inherently, like, it's as depressing as you could make it. Like, I feel reading Dane Sleep's description of his outfit is going to be just like, wow. Not Alice's letter? Yeah. At least Mona will survive? Yeah. Because even though she definitely has like a target on her back, because, you know, Fade and perhaps maybe her master's like in hiding or something. I have no speculation for that really, just because of her knowledge of astrology, but yeah, Alice literally says, you know, I'm not gonna go into the letter because I really actually don't want to make it sad hours. But she said I would adopt you as if you were my own,
울지 마.
which becomes the meme of Alice just adopting children across teyvat. All right, time for me to go to bed. Thank you for the stream. Bye, chat. Thank you so much, Lavian. I'm sorry so much of it ended up just becoming me simping yet again. I got distracted talking about D-Luke.
작업 끝.
Lee telling Bennett can be adopted by Alice. I mean, honestly, Alice would probably find it entertaining that Bennett is so lucky. So...
I remember when Hidden Strife happened, and I took so many screenshots of everything because I love it, obviously, and I want to see at the end how many screenshots I had from the event. I had like 260,
회수. 조급해할 것 없어.
and I posted it on Twitter, and I think it was like maybe Isroth or something. They were like, "Yeah, that makes sense for you." Yeah, I have the screenshots somewhere. I forget where, but
I still have...
put them on a flash drive.
I have to move all of my screenshots to a flash drive because I have like over 6,000 now. But in regards to D-Luke and the Hidden Strife event, also, you guys want to talk about how
아프다고 울지 마.
during that event we got information about like the Albrecht clan of Conria, and then it's just
Yeah.
it's like whatever anyway.
Yep.
The Albrecht clan served as regents for the king. Kaya's already adopted by Alice. Honestly, probably.
True.
Alice collecting children is like just a kid in a candy store at this point. But I will just never get over the fact that they really were like, yeah, here's information on Kaya's family. And here's a note between Kaya and D-Luke. Like when D-Luke was like, oh, Kaya also, you can stop pretending. I know you didn't actually lose your eye after
my
worrying him
God.
for so long. Alice adopting any person who is familyness wears shame sleeve. She literally looks at Daisy with disgust. She said, I will not be reviewing this commentary like a boring old man.
잡았다.
I was like-
get roasted. Yeah.
차가운 별.
I was like, she's not wrong, but she probably canonically is older than him, so... Oh, wait, what? Oh, yeah, this whole thing started with me nicknaming him Painsleaf because I think he's gonna die at the end. Painsleaf. I mean, earlier, I can't remember. Okay, it was like, we have so many different terms with him. We have Painsleaf, we have Shame Leaf, we have the J word, we have, just... so-
Weird. Like it's a slur.
No, not to that degree, goodness. I just don't want to say it. It's awful.
조급해할 것 없어.
Yes, Lame's leave. Yeah, Lame's leave too. Of course you come in as soon as I don't say it. The J word? Yes, I'm referring to as the J word. J word? You will not catch me saying that.
Where's Astro with the other J thing?
차가운 별.
She loves it so much.
Gosh. No. The forbidden J word. Wait, was that already a thing in your chat? I didn't know. So certain words, over time just became more of a joke. But pain sleep, we didn't really say as much. Like all of the different jokes. Until just recently. Like when you were just talking about it. You're good. Okay.
Let's break these barriers. Oh my god. Oh wait, there's sunset here.
I actually really need to do the hypostasis event, but I'm just like looking at it from afar.
It's not too bad, honestly.
I was told that it's a lot easier than the first one. It's slightly more complicated in certain areas, but it's like fine. Oh.
아프다고 울지 마.
별의 가호.
I also know if it's D-Luke using his burst because of the special effects within that skin. You know, the skin that Krapus made? Wow.
Yep. We don't talk about that anymore.
It's pretty chill. Yeah. What in the world? What? Oh. It's D-Luke. Being D-Luke. I think the Hydra one is the easiest one. Interesting. I'll have to give it a try. Is it solo player or is it co-op?
So,
Understood.
조급해할 것 없어.
what is your guys like? What's your favorite type of D-Luke?
Type of D-Luke, like he's an avatar collecting the element. Are you referring to like different, like webtoon D-Luke or like regular default D-Luke or
Angsty D-Luke or like protective Uwu D-Luke or actual Uwu D-Luke like D-Luke of Mondstadt, not in Twisted and Idle Chit Chat. Or like webtoon D-Luke. Dilfluke, that's a good one. Dilfluke's one of my personal favorites.
oh my goodness.
혹하니요, 제 영을 따르세요.
Alright.
My favorite D-Luke is either D-Luke or Sleeveless.
Yeah, Sleeveless is really good too. Unhinged D-Luke being a menace, good one.
Webtoon D-Luke, after his father died, the expression was very amazing. Yeah,
what?
they had a very intense, like, look. I like D-Luke as a character. I just wish he could throw... I wish he could throw... You mean you wish he could throw his claymore like a boomerang? Or are you saying you wish he could throw you like a claymore? Those are two different things.
조급해할 것 없어.
Like, am I reading through the lines here well? Can I reach you?
I like.
I can.
아프다고 울지 마. 얽혀들어라.
Throw away using a claymore. I wish he could not use a claymore. Oh.
Oh, I see.
조급해할 것 없어.
I kind of like that he uses a claymore. I feel like it's just something about him being able, like, there's something about D-Luke being able to wield a claymore and being that strong, like physically. I think that's really, really cool. Because you look at D-Luke and it's like, yeah, he, like, scrawny man. Like, I can see, like, Kaya having sword. Very nice. But, like, you know, D-Luke with a great sword means, like, he just eats rocks for breakfast and, like, he's ripped.
True.
D-Luke knows how to use other weapons. Yeah, that's true. He knows how to use chains. He knows how to use knives. Probably darts and all of that. Oh wait, I can't go this area.
Like, yeah, throwing knives and stuff.
D-Luke knows how to... Oh yeah, buff Luke. Okay. I do think it's...
Okay.
Go ahead.
Buff Luke kind of scares me though.
I mean,
like...
when people draw him with like 50,000 muscles.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't want to get ripped apart, kind of.
별이요, 강림하소서.
But it's true, you know. I like that.
방해하지 마세요.
I was able to save myself.
이건 어때?
Webtoon D-Luke negotiating with Dottore. I mean, what about current D-Luke beating current Dottore?
잡았다. 어떤 수가 나오려나?
혹하니요, 제 명을 따르세요.
This is a D-Luke stream. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, probably have... I do really want to have like 2 D-Luke emotes. I have to think of which ones I want. Unfortunately, I may even have the scribe emote, but we'll see. I need to have Connery. I think there's a certain magic to people drawing D-Luke with doe eyes and fluffy hair. So uwook. I'm eating in a while. Thank you for your stream, and I enjoyed hanging out with the chat. Have a nice day, night. Well, thank you so much for stopping by, Isabel. I hope you had a good time and enjoyed us talking about D-Luke for 80% of the stream.
별이 가고
I'm sorry, I just looked at Discord and Neo just messaged me like comforting me crying over D-Luke. Thank you, Neo.
Emotes.
Okay.
Emotes for Conrian's D-Luke. Bonking. Okay, so the bonk emote, I actually have a... Oh my god, I just like looked and there's 2 D-Lukes. One for day and one for night. Wonderful. I feel like... Will I crown Layla's ult? So I'm actually debating if I want to do that or not. Because I mean, I don't really use her... Like, her shield is nice, but I also love her ult. Also, I haven't put back actual artifacts. I should do. Welcome, Code. It's been a while. I miss D-Luke chatting. I mean, we're still kind of talking about D-Luke.
We can keep talking about it, I don't mind.
I feel like I kind of want to put back the others that I had. Hey, you didn't mention the butt face? Which butt face?
There's multiple. Oh yeah, Astro, what's your favorite D-Luke?
Oh wait, or did I give her... Yeah, I think I gave her this one actually. The feeble Oscar winner butt face? Oh. I don't know who that is. I don't know who... What in the world? I know this is someone's fantasy out there, but I just come back to seeing 2 D-Lukes surrounding Layla. My oh my. D-Luke with buff, scarred arms. Okay, Astral... We're gonna have to... Like, I know... You know... We love our characters, but I also don't want people busting at the seams here. How much HP does she have right now? Okay, she almost has 40,000. Which is funny because in terms of like the husbando team, it'll more than likely be D-Luke. Okay, Zhongli, D-Luke, Al-Haytham, and then Kaya because Tartalia's not leveled. I don't use Ito. Oh, I get it. I'm just, you know... I'm just not commenting at this moment in time. Like, it's funny how it's so funny talking about stuff like this with, like, D-Luke, but then when I think about, like, Dainsleif and Zhongli, I just become, like, a shy, like, a Victorian maiden. Like, I could not think of, like, them like that. Oh, no.
마세요.
It's okay, Kiryu. We know what you're thinking. I don't think you do. Affectionately, I don't think you know what I'm thinking. I love how you can't put Kave's name in. You have to space it out. You said if I speak. Correct. If I speak. If I speak, I will have to change the rating of this stream.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Because usually when Kiryu says some things about Diluc, I don't know who I become. I become someone else.
You become Doja Cat. That's who you become.
I do become Doja Cat. That's true. I do say a lot of Doja Cat stuff. And that is very much not safe for work.
Doja Cat affectionate.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Pretty
rude
much.
to think of the elderly like that. Okay. Okay.
I have a point.
Fiddly Bob, welcome. We're currently just exploring. Didn't even know there was a Electroculi out there. Rude to think of the elderly like that. Another Diluc. Oh, Astral. I'm gonna have 3 Dilucs in my world.
This is like what I want my dreams to look like. Oh my god, this is literally the best stream ever.
조급해할 것 없어.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to believe that was the game and not you breathing into my ear at the thought of 3 Dilucs. Also, what in the world?
Look at them.
I want Lumine to just stare at these 3 Dilucs.
Oh my god, to the me, so true.
The traveler to look at her many different timeline Dilucs. Wait, I know I need to line up. I need to take a picture of all 3 of you.
Okay, where should we line up, guys?
Oh my gosh. I'm actually wondering, should we go to Mondstadt actually? Would it be
Oh my
fitting?
God, yes. What
We'll
if we all go into the
Oh.
Dawn Winery and sit at the table inside?
I literally was gonna say we should just go to the winery at this point. I'm gonna head out now, enjoy the rest of the stream. Thank you so much for coming by, Xena. If only I could get 1 Diluc. Oh, I hope you get D.
We'll get Diluc soon, I believe.
Manifesting. Why did I teleport here? This is not where I meant to teleport.
Everyone to the winery. That includes you two, Neo and Astral.
Diluc in his Dottore era, that is the most cursed sentence. But you're not wrong. 3 Dilucs. You have past Diluc, you have current Diluc, and then you have Diluc. I love how at one point I was talking about this. Now we're just talking about it. So much so that Muriel has manifested herself and now a part of the stream. I think this is lovely.
They are arriving. Wait, let me sit at the head of the table now.
So yeah, she has to look at all of the different Dilucs she's collected on her journey.
Yep.
One is Diluc, other is Sadluc, and last 2. Dottore has to have backup data of his segments. Oh, he absolutely does.
Perfect.
Can you imagine if there were like 5? Neo's like, no. Oh my goodness. This is just someone's... Wait, what is happening? The way he worded his negotiations with Nahida sounded very suspicious. Oh, absolutely. She's collecting Diluc like she's collecting Pokemon? Of course. We love that for her. She is collecting Diluc. And now it's just Zhongli.
Don't let me real.
I genuinely... That's so funny. The traveler has come here for dinner, and now she just has 2 archons and dealers.
꽃을 사서 좋은 술을 가지고 옛 친구와 함께 뱃놀이를 가고 싶으나
Okay, this is personally attacking me.
Where is?
Dear traveler, have I arrived at a bad time? So, I'm doing my best right now, but this is so much. Osmanthus wine.
이제 어디 가고 싶어?
What up,
명상을
fellow
좀 들어보고
youngins?
싶다면
Oh my goodness.
괜찮은 방법이 있어.
Reminds me of one of my friends and I making child Ayato and Zhongli surrounding a Nahida. We can talk about Osmanthus wine all the time if you want. This is so dangerous. Okay. Alright. Alright. Fun is over. Nope. I have to go. No, that was very short-lived. I felt safe in that environment, and now I no longer feel safe. I am very sorry, Mishoyu. You had to see that if you did. Oh, absolutely. Oh, hell. What is this? Oh, no. Oh, no. This is not my fantasy. This, oh my god, that's horrifying. This is so uncomfortable. What is this? I have 1 here. This is so, oh, this is not fun. Ayato's this is so, I feel, oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, you know what? It's all right. The stream was fun. It's time to go.
The astral came from the right side.
Like, literally, I am booking it southwards.
Where did she go?
Astral came
She's
by.
right here.
Literally came from, oh no, this might be Mishoyu's like dream, but this is the way, oh no, the way he just slid over. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna look at this hay barrel over here where I feel safe. It's literally, oh, no, I'm good. I am good.
I can't see. I'm crying.
See, you can try and just, nah, the way that you're just moonwalking over here. Oh, no, there is not enough stamina in this game to get me far away from Ayato. I'm so sorry. Please, the dream turned into a nightmare. I felt safe. There literally was D-Luke. I felt like I could take on the world. I had support. And now the fact, then it was Zhongli, and I was like, yes, this is lovely. And then I saw a politician. Oh no, I knew. I'm running into the wilderness. You will not. Literally, why are you running? My stomach. Literally, like, I don't. Okay, I don't. Okay, all right. It's spreading. I don't know if I like this. It's okay. Yeah, we've no. Oh no. Oh no. This is
Hey, girly.
oh no. Oh my god. You know what? No. What? Oh, that. No. You know what? I'm gonna pray at the Windrise tree and just pray that I just no longer see any men in this game. I think that's just been enough for me. Why would you oh no at the politician? Because he's a politician. Korean child, yes. Korean Tartaglia. Hey, Gorley. God. One child is enough to make me throw my laptop out the window. Yeah. 3, I will cease to exist. What in the world? Okay, there's so much happening. Oh, I got a shield though. Zhongli is comfy. I really was in, because you know canonically how the traveler was in a nightmare for a very long time. That is what I just experienced live on stream. That was absolutely horrifying, the way that I was subjected to that. That was just so... like, I don't even know how I'll recover from that. Yeah, I have 3 Zhonglis, but the thing is, like, they're like mythical Pokemon. They're here now, but I literally could blink, look at chat, and then I just see 3 blue-headed politicians again. I don't know if I'm ready for that. I'm very proud of how I came out of nowhere. You just came at like Mach 50, and I was just minding my business already running from one Ayato. I'm here to assist you, traveler. Are you all right? Any discomfort? Man.
I love Astral just put like the confused eye little emo. Like,
Astral really put that Ayato emoji as if she was not contributing to my hell. The way that she put that emote in chat. Oh my god, Sino, blessed savior. You and Zhongli both. But I'm actually going to call it there for the stream because I have almost been streaming for 5 hours. So I want to thank everyone for coming by and having to deal with me completely go off the rails because it just became chaos. The moments that I don't even know what to say anymore. But oh yes, Korean Sino is very good. I do plan on streaming tomorrow, and I can actually have a much more like, look at this. It all started with just talk like comfy D-loop. But then everything changed when Ayato attacked. But thank you all for coming by, and I will see you tomorrow or the day after. Bye, guys!